Hey, welcome everyone. As you can see, I took down the Christmas lights since we're past the New Year's now. Here's the list I'm gonna play today, and it's gonna look. The main deck is gonna have a return to Elvish Spirit Guide, which I think is good given how fast Legacy is at the moment. Not again, I don't really not really gonna dedicate slots towards beating control, right? If the cards happen to be okay against control, that's kind of preferred. Hey Adrian, how's it going? I know I could play the prelim. The problem is I don't need the qualifier points because of I don't play enough of the other formats. But maybe that's and I don't think I have time. Especially this coming year with some personal stuff going on. Adriana, you know a little bit about that, so it's nothing bad. Obviously, I'll announce more once I get close to it. I just don't want to spoil it at the time, so to speak. So the thing is, yeah, I think we're going back to the Spirit Guides, which I've liked. I got a 5-0 the other day with this list, and it felt pretty good. I think this list is like very soft to Storm, but Jax has told me to just completely ignore Storm. So and he's the godfather of combo. Actually, if you haven't seen it, I'll go ahead and post his tweet. And essentially, it's like very comprehensive of his thoughts on the format at the moment with respect to combo. And here is his tweet. So if you care about playing combo or only play combo in Legacy, oops, let's go back. If you only care about playing combo in Legacy, I would read this from Jax. Long story short, he thinks very highly of Painter, Breakfast, and Elves at the moment. I think that's gonna show why I've made the decisions that I have made in terms of like deck building. I think as far as he's concerned, he told me essentially do not respect the majority of the decks out there. He's just said worry about the big two in terms of popularity. That's Delver and Initiative. And actually, you can argue Initiative is now top dog, right? And then he said worry about the next five. So in terms of popularity, Elves, Reanimator, and Green White Depths are kind of popular. And the other two that are in the winners metagame, so to speak, right now are like Painter and Cephalid Breakfast. So the deck is built with that in mind, right? Like for Leyline of the Void is somebody joked in my Discord. I'm getting back with my ex, right? Like I broke up with Leyline of the Void, and now we rekindled that fire, so to speak. Of course, they were the usual themselves, right? Like while you broke up with them, you're reminded immediately. I had a match where these were my first two draws of the game, and I still won against Breakfast, but like just you remember why you stopped playing that card, right? Lou off. Thank you for the follow, White Noise. And obviously, Elves, you just play one Plague Engineer, and literally their deck stops working. And I think I'm like 5-0, 6-0, whatever it is lately in the mirror matchup. I think the matchup is quite easy. Like that's true, Adriano. Like, yeah. So maybe this is a fling, right? With Leyline of the Void again, but I I I think Plague Engineer is quite good against the two creature-based combo decks, namely Cephalid Breakfast, naming Wizard. You can occasionally name what Rebel or whatever it is, with no mods and core. I forgot what the tribe. Actually, I'll post it here. No, it didn't pop up, but card. Oh my. All right, there we go. It is a core soldier, so you can name soldier, I guess, or core because of Stoneforge Mystic is sometimes in that deck. Not that they're going to be usually attacking with it. But the other thing is like Death Mark. I think if people are gonna board out chalices against me, it's like pretty good. I think it kills 6-7 dungeoneers for 1 mana, so it's pretty nice. I'm not sure how much we really need this card. Like sometimes you draw snuff out, they just lose on the spot. But you're only gonna draw stuff out 40% of the games. So I think this should be some kind of removal, I think, in this slot, whether that be Deathmar, Dismember. The one tech I mean, for Painter is the Gaia's Blessing. I think this card is actually really good because you can technically keep it in against Delver, which I think I personally like it over Plague Engineer, but there's an argument for Plague Engineer. And I think this card is actually really good against anything with Uro, right? Like you just nuke their Uro and then draw a card. It's like it's almost like an expressive iteration in that deck, right? Or against them, I should say. Everything else is like pretty straightforward. And like some of the weaker spots are probably like the third Death Mark or something, and the opposition agent. I think agent is pretty nice in case somebody tries to like merit lage you. I know that as rare as that sounds at the moment. Actually, it's not that rare out of green white death, but especially out of lands. I think I found the last lands player the other day. Going down with a ship. I was joking, but 5 minutes for the pre. If you're still considering that one, okay. Let me see. Should we play a prelim? Let me. Do they need? They don't need more players. Although it's probably better practice. So okay, I guess it is probably good timing, right? Like, actually, what? Oh, it's annoying. This is annoying. I have to use play points, or I have to crack open chest. But maybe that's reason to crack open chest, right? What do you think, chat? Should I play a prelim? Pull it. What do you mean by pull it, Adriano? So I guess I can open some chests and like get there, so to speak, in terms of like the play points, or I can just drop it because then get that. The problem is I don't really need qualifier points. Play it. All right, so I guess I'll drop from this. This is something I did not know for the longest time. If you drop and haven't played a match, you actually get your play points back, which is kind of cool. And I did not know that for a while. All right, Lee will open. I guess we'll open some chests. Doing poorly so far. Still doing poorly. This is why I don't open chests, right? I don't think I've opened anything relevant. Blood crypt, alright, that's something. Still nothing relevant. This is again. But it's alright. We have Mike in the chat, so I consider that a win already. Literally, I've gone through like a dozen. I've opened nothing. A death channel. I don't. Is that worth anything? I've literally got all fives so far. What is going on? Oh, thank you for the gifts, Mike. All right, there we go. Now we finally did it, but that was very brutal what we did right now. But Mike got us, repaid us for our let's call it. All right, here's the prelim. We should join before. We can't. We will stream this. Again, I'm trying to be a crowd pleaser, right? Like we will. What is it called? Get the better practice, so to speak, right? Again, at the end of the day, I don't really care that much about like some of these tickets or whatnot. Like, if you're trying to make, I'm not trying to make a living off Magic, anyways. Like, if I really wanted a little more money or whatever, I just work more hours at work. I think that's probably way better in the grand scheme of things. It's better life EV too. All right, we will play this prelim and see how it goes. Now, if I pair into you, please, please do not snipe me. I don't have any lag on for what it's worth. But, you know, we'll see. It'll be fun. Mike is the real MVP, by the way. I gotta hand it out to him. You know, he got my back after that painful chest opening right now. No, I trust you anyways, Adriano, for sure. I mean, this is all for fun anyways. I don't think I care that much. I don't really need a Q, please, but I think it's good practice anyways to play some of these. It's probably better practice than like leagues or whatever. Snapcaster Bolt, sure. Keep. We are on the play. Lots of mana, yeah, that's true, and lots of payoffs too. So I have my coffee right now, and I'm probably gonna be a little wired as a result. I wonder if it's. I should have delay on just. Ooh, I don't want to see that. What is going on? Oh my god. Even in a prelim, I can never escape this deck for some reason. That's a L. Even in a prelim, somehow I can't escape that deck. I don't understand. I do not understand. We're probably dead, but, well, what can you do? Although I am happy I have Leyline of the Void, though. That's true. I should have just drawn Green Sun. That was a misplay. I agree with that, Mike. If we untap, we win. But the odds of untapping are very, very low. Very, very low. If we oh my god. Alright. Now we're dead. The draw 14 for them. Yeah. That's what I meant, Mike. Why can't I ever dodge this deck? I thought all of the Rite of Flamers were only in leagues. This matchup is like very close to unwinnable. No, actually, this is like combo hour usually. Actually, Mike, I noticed like all of the TES and TG players, like it's like usually once per stream that I lose to Tony's Capone, right? This is all right, and did not get to play Magic. At least we have ley lines. Opposition agent is probably okay. There's some people who try to like engineer you. I mean, sorry, to like make goblin tokens. I think that's largely incorrect, but it's neither here nor there. I don't think snuff out is what we want. You can like get a Burgie, but I'm not sure that's what we want to do. Although to be fair, it's probably better than Wirewood plus Visionary. You could just like get them. Yeah, I don't think that's correct. Obviously, regardless of how this happens, sorry, not happens, of how we do, uh, uh, part of the reason why I wanted to play was because of Adriano and Mike too. So yeah, it's quite good, I think. Sure. We're probably our clock is so slow here. We have the ley line, and I think that's why we keep. But otherwise, um, I feel like we just ramp out this, right? We draw a creature, we just ramp. Yeah, I think ESG is probably pretty good at the moment. Mike was mentioning to me in the DM that he was secretly hoping for me to bring it back, and I guess we're on the same page because this was after the fact I brought it back that he mentioned this that he had been talking to Inigo and hoping that it would make a comeback. So I think we elf players are on the same page with how fast the format is right now. The fact that they are tanking is not a good sign for us. Actually, I'm curious. How is this matchup for anybody who's played TEG against Delver? Like, or I'd imagine has an awful matchup against, maybe not against the Initiative, but I'd be curious how this does against Delver. Some people are saying this is like a two deck format now. You love how much agency I have. You talking about the artisan tutoring? It's a little bit slow, unless you're being sarcastic. Yeah, that makes sense. The agency is just hoping. Oh my god, our opponent is saying sorry, thinking it's fine, no worries. I'm fully expecting to be dead, but this is what I get. But to be fair, Mike got us. He actually big shout out to Mike for all of the gifting 5 subscriptions earlier. That is a real friend right there. Also, if you're curious, here are my socials. Turn 0 with ley lines. It's funny because I was actually looking up ley lines. Like if any of them are applicable against initiative. The one that was kind of cool was Leyline of Combustion, right? Like if they target any of my creatures, they deal 2 damage, and like with ooh, thank you for the sub, Adriano. All right, we are going to open more chests because of Adriano. We're gonna open more chests because I suspect we're gonna O2 drop in this channel. It's just prelim. We're probably gonna be 0-1 after this already, right? Looks like we're dead here. This is just really unfortunate. This is like the one matchup I just cannot, or not cannot, but like I really don't want to play against. And somehow I'm like a magnet. Like they must have like they must have like a secret chat. Like Hello Newton's logged on. We gotta log on right now. Ooh, okay. We need to draw a creature here though, like big time. We need to draw a creature. We can, but we need to draw one drop so we can ramp, right? So then on turn 3 we'll have enough mana. Oh my god, we just need a creature. Now we can't do it in time. Ah, man. If we draw one drop, we get there, but not to be. Actually, that's not true. A Cradle gets us there. Actually, yeah, I should. That was a mistake. I should have thinned out my deck. All right, we take 14. I should have thinned out my deck there. Oh hell yeah! Boom! Our opponent's probably thinking, what in the heck just happened? I mean, we're probably going to still lose game 3, but that felt good to do. We are probably still going to lose game 3. Alright, so natural... No, we're gonna... Okay, what we can do is we can get oof, but because the other thing is not lethal. Well, let me see. 16. They'd be down. Collector oof. Wow. Plague Engineer, our friend. Anybody who says Plague Engineer is bad for elves, they have misspoken. Alright, now here's a challenge. How do we win on the draw? Especially without Thoughtseize, alright? I think we just run it back, right? It's gonna take luck, honestly, to win here. Okay, that's a start. That is the start. Obviously, I'll put it out there right now. We're gonna put it in the universe, right? We're gonna speak it into existence. If we win any chests, I will open them from this prelim. If we win any chests, I will open all the chests that we win. Yes, we have two cracks at it, right? Shout out to Jax too, because this matchup in particular is probably better with Leyline instead of C's, because it's hard to win game three when they're on the draw, right? Like they kill you and you have C's in hand. I thought about playing Chalice in the Death Mark slot, but not sure about that. I think priority should be. Uh, well, to be fair, Death Mark is a little bit narrow, but my thinking was you can bring in Chalice like on the play, and it's just probably just KOs some of these initiative players like relying on Lotus mana. They're on four. That's true. They're on three, and we have Leyline, as Mike predicted. A lot of these TE, X players, so to speak, are conditioned to try to mull to a turn one against elves. Doesn't work as easily when they have Leyline. This hard mull statistically happens one game per match. Makes sense. We're gonna fake as if we have Mindbird Trap. I'm gonna pause after every spell. It's one of my low key tricks. Land here probably slams the door. Otherwise, we clench for another turn. They did more to three, so like. Land. That works. Praise Spirit Guide. Wow, this matchup is like very hard too. And we are now suddenly in the driver's seat. Actually, better do this. I can save a landlord elf in case something goes wrong. If we untap with the artisan here, we're getting an opposition agent. Sure. Okay, that's kind of annoying. So that way they can't like gamble for. No, I'm trying to think like what they can play, right? Yeah, mana was the next thing, but I don't want them to gamble for an out. Is the only thing. But you bring up a fair point. It was that or more mana, right? Gristing. Hey, how's it going? McWinsauce, Tom White here in the house. Yeah, I bored out Gris in this match. I just don't expect it to be relevant, but like technically could go after this. Oh, that's annoying. And they're gonna like shoot all our hate bears. Jesus. Well, all right. They're gonna kill that and that, I guess. Grow our artisan. Do they have another one? How do you know? I know this will never happen, but I just there's an evil part of me that wishes anytime you're 5 minutes behind your opponent on clock, you auto lose. But that's never gonna happen, and it's probably better that it doesn't happen that way. But, this. Let's see. What did they exile? Ugh, they didn't even have to use any of their. Did they use a spear guy? I guess they did. The spear guy was to cast the Burgie though. What is going on? Sure. They might just relay here, right? Yeah, Mike, you just knew it. Like, I don't know how, but okay, they relay. They're probably scared after they got like wrecked by the engineer earlier. So a whole bunch of oh my god, they have the echoing truth too. Well, that is a problem. I think we lost, unfortunately. They have two gambles, I guess. Guess it didn't matter. It's kind of painful to lose when they mold to 3 and you have a ley line. No, they might gamble, but I don't know. Yeah, I know. Maybe they just because they got punished earlier. I don't know. Yeah, they already bounced agent. It's like it's out of our hands at this point. They, I don't know. I feel like they probably go for a relay again here or gamble again. I don't even know what's like used. I'm not really paying super close attention. But this is pretty miserable, right? Like you're talking about 10-minute difference now. It's probably the thing that tilts me the most in Magic Online. Slow play from opponents. I appreciate that, Mike. I do trust Mike's instincts, and I thought about mana as well for what it's worth. But mana was my second option. So what I mean by that is, if I untapped with Artisan again, I was gonna get mana the following turn. I was gonna get a Reclaimer. Was my line. Yeah, we'd be long dead already if I didn't get Agent. I think our opponent is thinking about whether to relay or whether to gamble. Although I can't tell. I know. I take that back. That relay was from earlier, I think. Yeah, so that relay was from earlier, and they're thinking about what to do now. That's awesome to hear. No wonder Mike likes me gambling here with my chess, right? What is going on? Like, did they gamble earlier? I think they did. So that gamble is out of the question. Like, what are they thinking about here? Like, they use the echoing truth. They use the gamble. Like, I guess the burning wish maybe. No, no, they use both so that's not it either. I don't know what's going on here. All right, we're gonna know for sure what they try to go for or not go for. Please let it be empty the war. Actually, it's not gonna be. Oh, they lost a wish. What is going on? How do they have so many gambles? Oh, they're just gonna grape shot me? It's gotta be whatever, right? Oh, they're gonna empty. Oh, yes, yes. Thank you. No, they used some of those gambles earlier. Yes. Yas. Nope. Ignore that. We're gonna engineer first. Let's go. Let's go. Mike, I owe you an apology. Ah, maybe we're right to get the better practice in the prelim, right? Also, shout out to Jax. I think without Leyline, we probably lose that game. The problem is you can't win a game on the draw really against some of these decks that mold to the turn one, right? Yeah, I am running the ESG tech. Running two. I'm running the exact list I posted on Discord. Answer Key Gaming. We won both games because of Plague Engineer. And the second game was nuts. We had to top deck the Cradle. Because we missed on the creature, right? That's true. Mike said Plague Engineer is how you beat the bad decks. I guess no surprise. I've been doing very well in the mirror, like because of the Plague Engineer. Obviously, the Snuff Outs main are like insane too, but like what kind of deck loses to a Plague Engineer? all good, Mike. All good. We won't call them bad per se. Let's just say fragile. All right. That's the other reason why I typically don't like prelims. I don't like to wait, which is like time is like pretty of the essence for me, so to speak. And I like that leads you can just go one after another. The problem is you're gonna go one after another from one Rite of Flame gamer to another, right? Somehow we won that first match. All right, we will bring up the list. I think we had like 380 or something, right? And we just like actually let's do this. Let's try to sell all the, so to speak, jank that we opened up, and see if they are worth anything. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, we opened a Goblin Engineer. That's kind of cool. Soul Guy Lantern. I guess the Krenkel's pretty cool too. As we wait. The Shadow is like very tempting. People have told me to play it in what is it called? Magus of the Library. Is that a sign? Underworld Dreams. That is a combo card if I've ever seen one. That's true. I wanted to get rid of the jank, right? The 1 mana 2/2 can't even untap itself. That's true. I almost clicked the jank right there. Low key, speaking of Neto Senno, actually tickets sell. This hasn't started yet, has it? No. Low key, anytime somebody tells me the reason that they want to play is not because it's more fun or because they think they're gonna make fewer mistakes and that it's for competitive reasons, I question their opinion about Elves. right. This is very sad indeed. Only 2 tickets for all of our openings, but that is okay. Here's the 2 tickets. He is, but he also mentioned that he is playing against zero Archon of Emeria, which is like I find that very hard to believe. Not hard to believe, but kind of shocking because it seems insane in leagues where you can just like run over these combo decks that people love to play. So all of that gone, and fortunately only 2 tickets. Unfortunately. I wonder if I missed anything right now. Oh, I have 2 guys blessings. How funny. All right. Let me see. I think that is fine. Oops. I'm gonna use the restroom before the next round starts. We'll see how we do. We're 1-0 in this prelim. That like sort of care about, I guess, because it's probably better practice. Not probably is better practice, right? And then, well, I'll be right back, I guess. So I am back. Not gonna lie, I think that top deck cradle is probably already the highlight tonight. Like in game 2, where we needed to, it was like literally our only out, and we had to top deck the cradle so we could, tutor up the engineer to like nuke their board, right? That was pretty nuts. And actually, it was a misplay too. I think it's probably correct to deck thin. So I should have played a fetch, and then fetch into the other arbor instead of playing the one that we had, and then increase our chances of drawing the engineer, right? Oh sure, that's fair too. So Tom here with the great insight, right? We could actually naturally draw the engineer as well. So we technically have 5 outs. But yeah, otherwise we're just dead on that turn 2 or whatever it was, or I guess that was turn 3. Like we ran. we ramped out the artisan turn one, like bricked on a one drop, which would have helped, right? Granted, we don't have as many one drops now because like for better or for worse, we're like dodging engineer slash Chalice of the Void more. Uh, the hate that actually beats our deck is different than the traditional hate that beats the combo elves with Glimpse of Nature. Honestly, to be honest, well, that's repetitive, I guess. I think if you really want to play Glimpse of Nature, and it's probably fine if you don't run into Archon of Emeria, you just like straight up swap the Nettle Sentinels and just like take out the four bad cards in your deck, right? And play four Reclaimers. And then if you really want like a combo centric like build, just play the Bog in the sideboard. Although I think it's better in the main, but if you don't like that, just play in the sideboard. I think you just have a better deck overall. But that's neither here nor there. I think people like it because it's like fun, right? Like you draw up your whole deck. It's like pretty win more. Um, I think there is merits for Glimpse of Nature over Artisan if like you have a lot of control players in your meta and none of them run, let's just say, Hull Breacher or Narset or Canonist type effects. Then I think there's like some merit for it because they have to force the glimpse, right? Like and especially if the opponent doesn't know to attack your early mana. Like I see a lot of these players like they don't force turn one dork enough. Or some reason they point removal at a Nettle Sentinel that doesn't do anything, right? Like I think if you know what to kill against the elf player, it is significantly harder for them to win. But again, I think a lot of people just don't know how to play against the deck, so I think a lot of the wins are from that. Obviously, like it can never beat an engineer, or not never, but like it's very difficult for them to beat engineer or Archon of Emeria as well. They're pretty much all in on Progenitus otherwise, which is a nice backup plan, but again, you lose to any force or any removal, right? All right. We have our boy Adriano here in first place. So strong. So Tom, why aren't you playing the prelim? Or I guess Mike as well. Yeah. So Tom is right. We had a five outer. It's funny because I did not actually expect the engineer to be relevant in the match, and actually won both games, which is kind of crazy. Okay, sure. I forgot about that. That's true. For sure, Mike. Actually, that's a good. I'm glad to hear that. That is something to keep in mind for sure. I'll leave it at that. All right, we will see what we parented. Hopefully, no more Rite of Flame gamers. Hopefully, they have also gone to sleep. Right, like they have tendrils enough of their opponents out. All right, let's see. Honestly, this matchup is like a nightmare. Like, and not in an artisan kind of way. I guess in an artisan kind of way. We are not supposed to beat that deck. Yes. Hopefully, we will play in the finals, Adriano. And if we do pair, I will just concede to you because I don't need the qualifier points, anyways. This is a pretty reasonable hand, I think. Like, unless we're getting turn one here. We do not know what our opponent's on, and I frankly don't care to like look them up. All right. Looks like initiative, maybe? I feel like it is, but I don't know for sure. I'm gonna play around Blood Moon because you just never know, right? Just never know. My fear, okay, it is that they kept a not turn one play. Interestingly enough, so a little bit punished. I probably it's weird, right? Because usually they multi a turn one hand, but they just did like they kept a do nothing turn one there. We get punished here if we draw the snuff out, right? Off the visionary. Uh, we're trying to draw into a cradle here. That's reasonable, I think. Yeah, it's not cradle, unfortunately. We get punished if we draw the snuff out there because then we should have attacked, right? Although we get super punished too if like they solitude. Granted, they should just maybe solitude beforehand. I'm gonna play as if I have snuff out. Like, gotta put those pauses in there, make them think twice. Make them draw two cards. Or we draw two cards, I guess. The good thing is we do have the single most powerful card in our hand at the moment. They also took the route that is like less scary. I'd be more scared if they had the forge, but that's the respect, I guess, for the snuff outs, right? It's probably Dungeoneer here. I think we just flood. Honestly, we just flood the board here, and just like natural order the following turn. So we're gonna go for turn four. Is it? Are we in the draw? Yeah, turn four. Like natural order. That is a card. Unfortunately, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana. Looks like they have what is it called in play? Looks like they have, yeah, the solitude, right? Uh, I think we just play everything. And then we'll just pass. We can like live another turn. We're not gonna walk into that. That's pretty telegraphed solitude here. This is what I mean, right? Opponents just don't know how to play against elves sometimes. Like they're supposed to aggressively do it, but just trying to extract value, and then especially against the Nettle version, then you just get punished, right? It's for being greedy. I'd imagine most of their wins are like that. Fetch land or Cradle is pretty good here. They're gonna probably arena us here. They have like a million mana. The most, the card responsible for the most wins in this deck. At least directly. Indirectly, probably Cradle, but directly. What is going on here? So one thing that I've been thinking about lately is okay. I just did something that I don't. Sure. Something that I've been thinking about lately is okay, I forgot what I was gonna say. Unfortunately, we're gonna pass. We're not gonna block. Interesting. I probably attack with both out and then there. Wow. Okay, that's pretty good. Hey Tony, how's it going? Nice. All right, we got game one. Didn't even need snuff out. I paired into one of your apprentices earlier, Tony. It was I was like petrified for my life. Somehow they made goblin tokens and we won with plague engineer. Nice. I appreciate that, Tony. Yeah. For those who don't know, Tony is a tormentor of mine. My win rate against him, I would guess, is like 10% maybe. At most, I think it's like 15. Tony can probably vouch if those numbers are incorrect. I can't imagine it's higher than like 10 to 20. 20 is probably the high end, but it's more like 15. But yeah, so that's the thing, right? I don't know why people make goblin tokens when Tony has never. There was a ley line, that's true. All right, so what are we doing here? We're cutting the endurance. We're gonna cut the bog. I think I want progenitus. I want like all the removal of the yin yang. Yeah, yeah. I think I don't have the numbers, but I think 10 to 15% is like how I feel the matchup is roughly, right? I think we just cut the artisans. They're like a little bit slow. I think wasteland has some use, but probably irrelevant, right? We're most likely being behind. And I think I'd rather have creatures. But yeah, I think against Tony, it's probably like against other TEG players. I imagine it's probably closer to 30 to 40%. But Tony's obviously a better player. But yeah, I think against Tony's like 10 to 15, right? Like I probably win once out of every 8 to 9 times. The problem, in my opinion, is maybe not with this list, but in general, it's hard to win game three, and even game two is not a game. And game one is an auto loss, like unless they lose to themselves, right? Like you have a chance game two because you like strip whatever they have. Obviously, they can beat it still, but it's like a better chance. You have like zero chance game three is generally where the problem is. It's ironic because I didn't even think Plague Engineer was going to be good. I just boarded in just in case, and it ended up, like I said, winning both post board games. Also, shout out to the opposition agent that I tutored for. That probably MTG bot to the stream. I thought I did already, but I could be wrong. Like I think it showed up earlier, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, MTG bot is on the stream, I think. But if it's not, or we need to update it, then that's like reasonable. This is like pretty good. Interesting, Mike. All right, we can try that next. Int- yeah, I don't know why it popped up earlier. Sure. Okay, I will board and stuff out. Yeah, I will defer. So this is kind of neat, I think. Like I think we have to like slow down their clock, and then you have a chance, right? Yeah, double spell here is pretty neato. I think we have to take this off the board, right? Otherwise, we're just under too much pressure. And then exile. I think we play this in case they have a chalice, right? The master himself has spoken and taken back. So I think it's correct here to play the wirewood, right? Because like you never know when they're just gonna like randomly keep in the chalice, and maybe they'll just try to do that. I don't know. I think we have to death mark there though. That is totally fine. Nice. I love to see it, Tony. Continue to pair into the storm mirror. So that means they won't pair into us, right? Continue to pair into the storm mirror. Uh oh. That is not what I want to see. Why would they arena here? I guess its stash doesn't make any sense, right? Like in case they draw a creature that we have to run the collector oof into. Please just pass. I'm just begging them to pass here. Yes, that's good. That is good. Oh my goodness, we stole the initiative. All right. They mind censor us here. That's not. That's no bueno. I think it's got to be Lost Well here. They have like removal of the yin yang. Okay, that snuff out's gonna be good. Bottom, top. Do we just get a Progenitus here, or do we play around? Oh, they just conceded. There's an argument to be made. We just like play around. 'Cause we already have the initiative, right? We play around Solitude. Um, but then don't be scared. Huff. All right, we have combo player Mike here with his analysis. 2 and oh, okay, all right. We are definitely opening chest if it comes to it. What do we get for prize here? Minimum 100 play points already, and 10 and 1 chest. Obviously, we will still be at a negative if we lose the next two because qualifier points don't really mean anything to me because I only play one format essentially. Like it's always on my New Year's resolution, right? Like diversify, play other formats. The problem is like I don't have too much time on my hands to dabble, and there is some upkeep on my Patreon. Like I don't want to just like neglect it, so to speak. And I think I've been doing a pretty good job on my Patreon. Actually, for those who are curious, Mike here is a subscriber, and he can vouch. I think my Patreon is like one of the better bang for the bucks, right? It's like $5. $10 if you want like special treatment, obviously. But usually you get everything you need for $5 anyways. But there's my socials, and I have a metagame update that I will share. Here's the most recent one. All right, this is from December. So like I'll post like the numbers of like the top 10 most represented lists. Not necessarily what I think of the top 10 list, but just in terms of like this is a quantitative way of doing it since I'm a scientist, right? Instead of a qualitative way. So I just whatever MTG Goldfish shows is what I use. And then I just like track the qualitative developments, right? Like what's new, what's not, what their impacts are, which I believe are qualitative, but um yeah, so okay, so for instance, I saw like some Chancellor of the NX like Gemstone Caverns like all in builds out of like initiative. That's like a thing. Seems like good if you line things up, but like I don't know how consistent it is. Like obviously if it's going against me, it's probably gonna be consistent. If it plays against other people, maybe not. But nevertheless, like Elves the Mirror, I think like Plague Engineer is like a monster, right? They just cannot beat that card. Like you have inevitability, right, in the mirror, like things like that. That kind of analysis. Some of this is like probably already changed. Like Painter should be probably higher. I have to look on the actual numbers, but I'd I'd imagine like 8 casts went down, things like that. But again, this was done December 20th, so a little bit dated now. I have this like once a month too, so usually it's at the beginning of the month. But last month I delayed it because of Eternal Weekend and a bunch of other stuff. So I put that off. I'll probably start trending towards the beginning of the month, slowly by slowly again. But I don't want to have it too close to the previous month. If that makes sense. All right, 2-0, pretty good. Awesome. I appreciate the kind words, Mike. Actually, shout out to Mike too. Like, honestly, he's probably one of my biggest supporters in terms of like, subscribing here to Twitch, to Patreon as well. We frequently chat. I would say at least maybe every other day. I don't know what it is. Like, we chat pretty often, and I think the Discord is a really nice community. Unlike the old Discord where I left because I just got flamed out essentially. Like people didn't want to play Reclaimer and just gave me a hard time about it. So the good thing is, if you do like the old school build of Nettle Sentinel, I think some of the top Nettle players are also in our Discord. Fluffy21, Jack, for instance. Yurk has been playing Nettle Sentinel like the last few weeks. He's doing really well with it. Uh, Adriano will play both builds. I think there's that. So like I think all of the top, I would say Nettle Sentinel players are also in the Discord outside of maybe Reed. He's the one notable exception. But I don't even know if Reed's in the other Discord either. So that's like maybe a moot point to compare. But yeah, that is a plug for my Discord, and obviously it's free to join. The only thing you don't have access to is there is a Patreon specific channel within the Discord, but where I have like my latest tech and things like that, and I post like an archive of all my articles. But the general chat, all of the results, they're all there, right? So again, it's on the Magic MTG bot above, and then you'll get like daily essentially updates from me, right? And then I have official updates, so to speak, on the Patreon website and on the channel as well. With regards, like for instance, today I just posted the new sideboard map with the list I'm playing tonight, and at least so far so good, right? We're 2-0, one matchup, probably not supposed to win, and then we did. Obviously, Tony Scapone, if he's still watching here, would say. Yeah, he's one of the failed apprentices of Tony, right? Like, why are you going for goblins when you should just kill the guy, so to speak, or the gal? All right. Anybody have any questions? I'll bring up the build again. We have some time. Unfortunately, this is like one of the pitfalls of playing a prelim. Here we go. This is one of the pitfalls of playing a prelim. Like, we have to wait for the other matchups. But yeah, here's a list. The death marks. Honestly, I think that death mark, actually more so maybe the ESG, but the ESG in combination with the death mark, pretty good there, right? I the whole thing is like you have to buy some time against initiative, and you probably win if you get a Nash order, right? Which is why on the scry I just found a snuff out because I don't want to lose to containment priest or even mind sensor, right? Steal the play. Yes, yeah. Spirit Guy's pretty good. Maybe we'll play three. I I played three in the past and it was okay. I think three you're probably better off with two and then one crop because there's some diversity there. You don't really want two in your opening hand, right? Like almost never. And so I think two is probably the sweet spot. I think if you want more burst, like a crop rotation is like probably fine. That's what we played when Curran made the top eight of the showcase challenge from I want to say November. So that qualified Curran for the showcase qualifier, and then he finished fourth there with a slightly different build. But I think Spirit Guide is good again. It's not so great if there's a lot of control in your meta game, but I think the meta is just way too fast right now. Unless your name is like Anurag Das or Niv Smuley, I would not recommend control right now. Unless you're a die hard control Tundra mage, source to plowshares for life. Uh, I would not recommend control right now because um, I think initiative forces your gameplay into like really awkward situations where if they have initiative and you just don't have a way to steal it, it's probably problematic. One way to beat that out of control is the Days Undoing, but I know control apologists out there will scoff. Oh, why are we playing a combo deck, right? Like, but that's neither here nor there. All right. How much time left? We still have a lot of time, unfortunately. I guess we can have like a quick. Mm. Ouch. Sorry to hear that, Adriano. Mince. I do think Mince is probably good. Yeah. I've even found that card to be annoying for elves. Just because like they can just like either have a quick clock or just like kill your dork that you kind of relied on immediately, depending on the board state. I don't think people do that enough, probably, and maybe get punished sometimes. But you're unlikely to get punished from the Netto build for whatever not for whatever reason, for what it's worth. The rug mid are interesting. I think those rug mid range decks are probably good against Delver. I think they line up really, really poorly against or endurance for what it's worth. Namely, we have four. Right, this card's just too good not to play. It I feel a little bit naked. Not gonna lie, without Thoughtseize, but I mean Storm. I trust Jax, and he said don't worry about Storm. Like if you pair into it, you accept that too. Losing the matchup lottery, it is what it is, right? But he just told me do not worry about Storm. So I said okay, I'm gonna cut Thoughtseize then. All right. I will quickly take another restroom break, and the coffee is hitting me, and I'll be right back. I'll bring up the list too if people are curious what I'm playing at the moment. Also, if you want bang for the buck, my sideboard map just dropped today, so immediate value, right? Alright, I am back. Hey David, sorry I couldn't make it yesterday. We just have bad timing. So David goes to my LGS here. Actually, he should be a moderator. Let's fix that. Alright, I just modded you, David. But yeah, he goes to my LGS. He is one of my close friends that I've met through Magic, and um, honestly, super awesome guy because I talk a lot of basketball with him. Definitely want to meet up with him pretty soon. It just so happens that Mondays are not well. Actually, David, if you let me know, I will go ahead and I can coordinate ahead of time to show up on Mondays. Next week doesn't work because got some stuff going on, but like most days, I think I will be free once you let me know ahead of time. So I can like go into work and then come back, hit the store like, on the way back from work. I once had the famed green sword. That's true. I was giving out like candy. I removed some of it, but all right. Since you got caught, okay. You know, early bird gets the worm. So So Yog here, actually, wrong way is gonna get what is it called? The sword back, so to speak. There we go. Again, this is like Oprah, right? Everyone gets a sword. Hey, bud. Correct. You have ascended again. You have the city's blessing. Somehow I know what that card does because of standard. I did not play standard at the time, but I remember. I forgot what the card was, but you know, Gregory Orange won with like the city's blessing or something like that, like a PT, whatever that was, 25. I think that was Gregory Orange. I could be wrong. I know he definitely won PT 25. I just don't know if that was if his deck had city's blessings. That's the part I'm unsure about. I know he was there with Alan Wu and I forget the third person of the trio. But yeah, we are 2-0 in a prelim that we weren't even gonna play. But good practice though. I think there is value in that, and that's actually aside from Adriano and Mike urging me on to play for the practice. That was definitely on my mind. How do you get the city's blessing, Newton? I don't, but apparently there's some land that can get it for you. Right? I don't know the lands that do it. Let's do a quick Google search, right? Or a Scryfall search, I should say. All right. We're gonna go city's blessing. I'm sure it's gonna pop up here. All right. That's the one I was thinking of. Arch of Aratska. So I think this is the one Gregory Orange played. I'm sure some of these other ones do it. I don't know which one like saw play in standard at the time. None of these look familiar for what it's worth. Actually, this definitely saw play. This Wayward Swordtooth. I remember that it was like a thing. But yeah, this is the main one. That white card. Which white card? Probably this one, Radiant Destiny. The 2-1. All right, here. Oh, your old school Savannah lines. There you go. Still have one more. Scryfall is a pastime of mine that I never learned my lesson. I always try to find these cards and they always disappoint. Actually, that's not true. Fiend Artisan is probably a result, so to speak, of Scryfall. So something I've done before, like, is like, I'll show you right now, right? It's like, type line creature, I want colors green, black, and rarity has to be mythic, and then we'll see what pops up, right? And Fiend Artisan is lo and behold right here. There's 19 exactly. The best one is Deathbright Shaman, wherever that is. I guess it's not even here. Or rare, right? Grimflayer is something I had thought about, probably not good enough. Marin is a card I played. This is an EDH card that I played. This is a card that I thought about. This is a card that I drafted not drafted. I opened in the pre-release and is an absolute bomb. And I played against Skid Row Monster and EDH, so a lot of cool cards here. Match is still going on. This is my first prelim. I want to say in like years, in terms of like a non LCQ prelim. I just stopped playing prelims because I just don't need the QPs, the qualifier points. But I used to play them when the system was better and just like it had better rewards. Because I value the practice, right? That's the other thing. Especially at the height of COVID, right? I was playing a decent amount of the Tuesday ones because that lines up well for my time slot. I stopped playing them because they were poor value. Also, Tuesday happens to line up with my LGS's weekly, so I will like go there and hang out instead. What was I gonna say? But yeah, outside of the LCQs, I don't think I played one in like 2 years. 2020 is probably the last time. Almost 3 years now, actually. This is 2023 now. But so far, so good. The last prelim I played, I guess, with LCQ, I played the LCQ. That one, I forgot what happened. I just like got ran over in the round one. I think I just didn't draw well or something. I don't remember. But the one before that, I've actually won 2 LCQs before, which is pretty neat. So the one in August last year, I won. That qualified me for the Season 2 Showcase qualifier. That's actually when the Fiend Artisan debuted as a one of. That's a whole different story, but yeah, eventually people thought, oh, Fiend Artisan, the list you posted is actually insane. Fiend Artisan did work, and then we quickly went from 1 to 3 copies to 4 copies, right? After I got the feedback. And then rebuilt the whole deck after that. And then I won in 2020 the LCQ that qualified me for the Showcase qualifier. I ended up winning. Speaking of winning Showcase qualifiers, Tom White here is in the chat became the second person as far as I know to go from LCQ into winning that event, which is pretty cool. I'm sure that there's probably other people who from other formats that did it, but as far as legacy, I think that Tom and myself, I think, are the only two. All right. While we wait, anybody have any questions about this list? The death mark was pretty good. I don't know if maybe dismember would have been fine, but I'm a little bit leery of the life loss, and I'm a little bit leery also of not being able to hit 5/6 Dungeoneer, right? Like if I draw it late. Life loss is probably the bigger thing, but instant speed and dodging the people who keep in chalice is a thing too. Probably better to split. What do you think about the 5th dork? Interesting idea. What would you cut though? With the spirit guides, which I think are very good. Yeah, still going on. Like I don't know if I see a cut. I don't think I'm ready. I want to cut any. Oops, wrong. So Adriano, I know you were playing at the time. I don't think you saw. ESG actually helped win game 2. Essentially, it allowed us to double spell turn 1. Like we death marked their turn 1 Dungeoneer and into a threat, and then they had to waste touch the Spirit Realm on turn 2, and we just stabilized, so to speak, after that, right? Like it took a few turns, but we finally stole the initiative because they were all in on Dungeoneer, and then I think it was pretty good for what it's worth. Like I think just flooding the board, just like not playing around anything, like if evident from the Nettle Sentinel gamers, could be good right now. It's like, yeah, game two it was quite good in my opinion. Like it allowed me to essentially kill their threat and play my own threat on turn one, which is like pretty nuts. Like it did a nice snuff out imitation, so to speak. Like virtually being on the play is just really good, I think, right now, and that's what ESG does. Obviously, if you're on the play and you draw, it's not as good, but and especially against something like control, but control is a rumor at the moment. Actually, I love myself some control players for what it's worth. I think they're some of the best pilots. So like Anurag, Niv. I think the reason why I think that is also because I think control decks are inherently slow to innovate. Like, what I mean by that, I think the best innovators are the blue combo players. So like the Doomsday players tend to be the best innovators. I think control decks, unless it's like very obvious, like the innovations tend to, from my observation, come a little bit slower. Like some of these days undoing, like it took towards the end of the Ragavan era before that became like mainstream. I did see the top eight boggles. I actually paired into that. I think that same night. Uh, yeah, and that deck seems like it's just like dodges removal, which is good, right? Like everything's like all spot removal right now. Yeah. So Wally, my thing is like Jax told me just do not care about Storm, do not care about uh Doomsday right now. Like, and I was like, okay, in Jax I trust. So I built my sideboard to just beat graveyard decks because they're popular, right? Gemstone Cavern is cute. Unfortunately, it only works 50% of the time, right? Like I think Petal is just better. Not Petal, sorry. Spirit Guide is just better. Yeah. So in Jax, I trust. So I'm not. I'm just gonna not like care about show and tell. I'm not gonna care about like Storm, because that's what he told me to do. So that's the other thing. Drog M. Like that's also why I think control players are inherently better players, because I think with regards to innovation, they tend to be a little bit slower. So gotta make up for it somehow, right? And also control players tend to be very loyal to control. And I think they're inherently better players too because they want the game to go long so they can outplay their opponent, if that makes sense. Yeah, I can imagine Artisan being a little bit worse than Glimpse if they don't have Narset, right? Right. So I have like, so right now the way to beat initiative from combo, right, is like you just let go underneath them, whether that be Reanimator, although which is probably not great to be honest right now because show and tell backup plan is walking into, oh my god. This is a notorious combo player. Ugh. So how much do we put them on combo and just like turn one oof them here? This is like tough. Yeah, I think we just assume they're on combo. I just assume. Hey, microgram. I guess we just assume they're on combo. Oh my god, you got to be kidding me! And I missed too. Yikes, 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 yikes. So we can like guarantee a turn to oof, which I think I'd rather do than take the cradle and just like waste resources, right? Because the problem is if I don't draw a land, that we it's like really bad now. And then they would just guarantee the turn to oof. This is punishment for assuming our opponent's on Doomsday. They probably are, but like it's a different point. Oh my god, are they on Reanimator? Oh, never mind. This okay. Punishment to the core here. I'm gonna report to Jax. This person is registering Doomsday in this environment. Please notify them to stop. This person in this environment is playing Doomsday. I will report them to the Jax police. Yeah. I mean, I don't doubt it. Actually, a funny story about Wonder Pro and myself is at Eternal Weekend 2021, he was my win it in, and I was able to beat Doomsday to get in, and he did something that I kind of appreciate later on because at first I messaged Mar sorry Carini I think I forgot his first name Max Carini, and I said, well, you got the pair down, sorry, pair up, right? If you mind scooping to me. And then they said, well, this matchup should be okay for you anyways. And then Max made me earn it by winning. And I appreciate that later on as a result. So shout out to Max for making me earn it. So at the time, I was like, oh, shoot, I have to win another one against Doomsday. And I wasn't sure about this matchup. But the game plan that I had developed at the time, which is the Assassin's Trophy to Stone Rain their land, ended up being pretty relevant. So pretty happy he made me play it out. Like it definitely meant more that I had to earn it, if that makes sense. And that was pretty. I was pretty happy about that because this was the first day one of the online Eternal Weekend from 2021, and then you're play the same list as me essentially, and then won day two. All right, what are we playing against here? This is definitely wild to see. There's no force. So a rite of why we keep? I thought the rite of flame gamers went to sleep. What is going on? What is going on? I thought the rite of flame gamers went to sleep. Well, I guess we have to do this and see what happens. There's no. I mean, unless their hand is four forces, like that doesn't make any sense, right? I don't see any in the exile pile. So Max Karina just typed. This is now how I expected our match to open. I mean, this deck looks wild to me, but I'm a big fan of innovation. What could they? I don't think they have creatures, right? I don't want to walk into an opposition agent. So let's see how many lands that. 1, 2. They have a great furnace. This is like wide. Oh, they have a they okay. Let's see. There's no way they have days. Yeah, that's something, I guess. All right. Do I? What is going on here? They have a silence. And 3 cars left. Yeah, I'm thinking I have to do it too. It's just like, what am I doing here? It's probably this. It buys me another turn to maybe draw the snuff out, or the land for the snuff out, or the cradle, right? Ugh, not what I want. Not what I want. What to do? What to do? So do I take the 2 damage and have them go to 4? Probably not. They have 4 cards left. The last one is Doomsday. I think we have to try to get the land for the snuff out. Nope. I don't know. Maybe I got baited. I feel like I'm gonna trust my. I feel like we have to do it there, like in case, right? Oh, they have 2 of them. Wow. So it didn't matter. Ugh, pain, 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 pain. I don't think we can beat that. Like, 2. All right. This is actually kind of funny against them. All right. Question: do we keep in removal now against what we've seen? They built silence, so probably not. I'll tell Max right now. All right, we want opposition agent. We don't have like much to be honest against them. I should have looked at their list more. I saw an Echo of Aeons. Do we want Leyline? Probably not, but could be wrong. I think there was only one Leyline, but I probably should have looked at closer. Deathmark here not being whatever is relevant. But we I think we just keep. Maybe this wasteland could just win the game on the spot, right? We don't have much, to be fair. I don't think we just mold to endurance. Like, cause I don't think we have like much to mold to is the problem. We're gonna once see what we hit, and then like we're just cold to this kind of deck, unfortunately. Unless we're willing to lose. There. Speaking of endurance, don't you keep this? I think so. With the wasteland, that's no way they're playing around wasteland. I would bet everything against that. So the good thing is this maybe makes them make a pile that is like beats endurance, and the wasteland probably beats them. Yeah, I also like wasteland better than saga. Saga is a little bit awkward in the openers. I love it, Mike. Yeah, like what is going on? I thought you said Storm doesn't exist. You told me. I'm gonna complain to Jax. You told me Storm is dead, and I played two of the three are Storm in the prelim. It's not like it's leagues either. The good thing is I do appreciate this is significantly better practice than leagues where like I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but there's a certain user that just plays tier 5 decks, and I just keep pairing into them. I win, but I feel like I lost. Sure. Well, there's a thing. True. Very true, Adrian. Yeah, I'm not gonna say who it is. 'Cause I don't want to throw anybody on the bus, but Mike knows exactly who I'm talking about. That I just I feel like conceding, even though I'm like 19-1 against them. I would bet against it, though, that they are gonna break the meta. One time I met them in a 3-0 bracket, which is kind of unreal. Oh, the other thing I want to mention now is I'm on zero Beseju right now. I may change the numbers just to throw people off, but the reasoning is because turn one snuff out or death mark is just too important in the metagame right now. That would be pretty sick. I'd have to imagine Vault of Whispers is for Mox Opal, which we saw. I missed game one. Yeah, yeah. So Def Not Oz. We are 2-0 in the prelim right now, but I think we're probably gonna lose this deck. Pretty sweet deck, to be honest. I don't mind losing Doomsday. Although I will complain to Jax. You told me combo was dead, and why am I playing against Storm? Yeah, that would be pretty sick. I would have to think about how that works. It reminds me of the old school Doomsday. What is it called? What is that? Time Spiral piles, right? Like you Burning Wish into it. Yeah, I own that deck on paper. It's just unfortunately that deck is probably dead because Oracle's too good. All right. Do they have Silence in their pile again? Probably because they saw the Endurance, right? So an interesting thing here is like, do I Wasteland here, or do I sandbag it because I think they're gonna try to silence us? Oh, that is actually really funny. Oh my god, decisions. What to do? What to do? That's for Painter, by the way. What do you think, Mike? What is the correct play here? I definitely bash. There's no doubt about that. I think. Like, do we wasteland here or no? Is the question. Let's try to figure out the pile. They have Oracle. They have... All right. So they say waste. Waste it is. Yeah, fetch would be nuts right now. Ugh. Looks like that probably helped, right? The wasteland there. I think we have to pitch an O here. Actually, no, we're pitching the Visionary. I think. Oh, they might relay. That's what it is. Interesting. Interesting. I think we saw that maybe game one, but we just forgot. They have two cards in hand. 4 mana more. Interesting. Wait. Wow. Okay. How I was like, how did they empty their thing? Jeez. Okay. Like I'm thinking about this. Must be the one card we put back. All right. Nothing we can do about that. Yeah. Yeah, they did. I don't think there's anything we could have done with that. Like outside of like playing the Hushbringer, maybe that's worth it. Like, what are we doing here? Like, we don't have C's as well. That hurts a lot. Well, all right, we're 2-1 now. Forge, unforge. Yeah, they didn't matter, unfortunately. I'm trying to think what we could have done. I guess the wasteland did stop them. We needed the collector oof. We have 5 cards for what it's worth. The problem is that specific build like beats our hand. Like we endurance and Guy's blessing kind of do the same thing. Like outside of maybe like a Hushbringer, like how are we beating that? Maybe we don't. Yeah, we what we really needed was just like top deck another land or like a faster threat, right? Like we needed a draw. We didn't have lands. Is the problem? Ugh, that's painful loss. We can't really fault Jax though. The ley lines probably helped us beat. The ley lines probably helped beat TEG round one, and also opposition agent. Like while kind of weak, probably like we probably die if I didn't tutor for that, right? Like in that game three. What is cuttable here? Like Plague Engineer won 2 games. I think the guy's blessing we need for Painter. Like there is just like no slots other than Deathmark, which won us again against initiative, right? So like I'm not sure that anything could have been done there, but that is I guess neither here nor there. Unfortunate. I'm gonna file for reimbursement with my mentor Jax. You told me combo is not playable right now, and we played 2 out of 3. It's good in all the bad matches. Not all, not this one right now, for what it's worth. The problem also is like Leyline forces your opponent to have to not mulligan, sideboard in a weird way. Like it became much easier for reanimator players to play against me once they like figure out my deck, right? Like, oh, Newton's no longer playing Leyline of the Void. We're just gonna like not board in Wear Tear. No, we're gonna surprise you and get you with 4 Leyline, right? Like, don't assume because when you assume, you make a you know what out of you and me. They nut drew 2 games. That is fair. They did turn 1 Dark Ritual, Doomsday both games, and it is what it is, right? I don't think we're mad. We're 2-1. We still have a chance to maybe let's see 4 treasure chests if we win the next one, and get our money back, so to speak. Otherwise, we'd be down play points. All good though because everybody loves opening chests, and chests are not great for what it's worth if you believe the GoatBots calculator. EV value is right now 239. That is pretty low. That is pretty low. It's too bad. Both our opponents have won that we beat, so that's kind of cool, I guess. The other thing we do is, well, we could play like a Chalice of the Void in the Deathmark slot. The problem with it though is it's only relevant against initiative on the play, and even then it's kind of dicey, right? I wonder if we can review after the fact. Like, would we have been the initiative player without Deathmark? I am not sure that we would have because that it slowed down their clock significantly, in my opinion.
I mean, I don't really care, right? Like these are just fun bucks at the end of the day, and I just value the time that Mike and everybody else here is spending with me for on a random, I guess, Monday night. Sorry, Tuesday night. I take that back. So pretty nice. While we wait, I guess I'm gonna get some more water and gotta stay hydrated, right? And use the restroom. Bring up the list in case. Actually, I'll bring up the my Patreon again. If you care what Mike has to say, he said some good things about me and my Patreon earlier. Actually, we can close this because we're not playing a league. That's my list, and then we have like a good amount of time left before the next league. I mean, that next match. What about second oof instead of blessing for painter? I don't think so because blessing is guaranteed to have impact. You may never even draw the oof. This is like the highest bang for the buck because it's gonna be relevant. That's what I value about those kind of cards where the fact that it's in the deck, it already gets value. You don't even need to draw it, right? You actually don't want to draw it. So I think this is like the highest bang for the buck. The other one is like the progenitus, like the one mana, like so one card like destroy target control player or destroy target. I mean they don't exist anymore, but taxes player. Something I was thinking about is like if I really want to like make room, so to speak. I wonder if I can just do this. Move this to the main. Just force snuff out to the main. And then like is this the one? No, this is the extra one. How often we seen Painter? I think it's a winning deck. So maybe not too many times, but maybe in the top 8, right? And it comes in against Delver for what it's worth. So there is that too, right? All right. So I think we could do that if we want to save a sideboard slot, and then we just play another hoser, right? Like let's just say we only do 2 death marks. A risky proposition, obviously. What do we want to hose another deck? How's this coming along? What do we want here? Like this, like randomly can just win a game. Maybe I just want the Savannah. I don't know. Or one of Thalia like can randomly win a game. What do we want? Actually, it's maybe too slow. Maybe we just want 2 Chalice of the Void, right? The Huntsbringer against like. Yeah, maybe that's the play. The one Hushbringer is good against like random decks. I like the 4th NO. For one matchup though is the problem. I feel like your sideboard cards need to be less than 4 mana. Yeah, but again, I want a card that reads win target game, not 4 mana. Otherwise, I would probably play it main, but that's just my philosophy. What are we playing here? This is like kind of cool, I guess. I don't want to play Savannah just for the one of, but like if we have a Thalia as well. Like again, I'm gonna trust Jack so we don't actually care about Storm. We could obviously run into it accidentally, but that's a different whole different thing. We'll think about this later. I'm trying to think if there's another card that we would want. Second Oof is like interesting maybe by itself. Not necessarily for Painter though. Depends if we care about being combo. This is like a killer against Oracle deck, so maybe the 1 is worth it. Like, do we want Karakas? I feel like probably not. I feel like Vandal is like kind of interesting as the value target. Maybe we just do like this and just like not play the Savannah. Op Agent is already in the sideboard. I don't think I want 2. It's like a little slow, right? I want my combo hate to be turn 1 or turn 0, ideally. The one trap would probably mess people up. So actually, that's pretty interesting. Where is trap here? Maybe I cut it. I really want to troll. Alright, what do we want? Needle's kind of nice. Maybe the 1. Maybe 1 dismember. I don't know. Do I have a dismember? Like diversified, right? A little bit. Or did I cut it already? Oh, I do have it. Maybe that's like reasonable. Mm-hmm. Feels like low impact though. That's the only problem. So maybe that. I just like not have Savannah, right? Like this is one way to beat their like anti-endurance tech. That's true. Black Lotus is good. We should definitely add here. 1 to the sideboard. All this other stuff is like interesting. I can honestly see a second Oof to be honest too. Like it's 2 mana, but like it just like wrecks certain decks. If only we can watch the prelim replay in real time. That would be pretty nice. Do I want a Thalia? Is that... I feel like tutoring... Like, most of the time you're going to tutor a collective. That is my issue against the Storm decks, right? Like, if you're going to Artisan for something, unless you're going to draw multiples, it's going to have to be, like... You know... It's going to have to be... Like, not many times is Thalia going to be better than collective, is what I'm saying. And Thalia is off color. Hushbringer is unique because... like some decks just cannot beat it, right? Like the cards are good against it, they're just bad against other things. So there is that. I don't know if. Yeah, I'm not sure I would want to play Savannah just for one. But we can try. I think that is probably worth it. Right? You just have like removal up to you know what against. Yeah, Karakas is like interesting, but I'd rather have the better mana base for what it's worth. Like I feel like if you have to Reclaimer for Karakas just a hard cast Hushbringer, it's probably not gonna get there in time. No, I don't know about that. I don't like cards that don't produce mana, especially green mana. So maybe after the prelim, maybe we'll run this in the league or something. Although we could just be a prisoner of the moment as well right now. Like Hushbringer is like good against Oracle, but like how often are we expecting to play against Oracle right now, other than Breakfast, right? So could be just a prisoner of the moment, and then maybe just want the two ESGs, right? I had to think about that some more. Add two to the deck. Leyline is very good against Breakfast, yeah. So yeah, I think we could just be a prisoner of the moment here, and just like maybe Jax will refund me, right? To the sideboard. I'm trying to think if there is a card that is on color that is good against Thassa's Oracle. I'm not sure that exists. I think you have to go off color for Hushbringer, but that's probably about it. I think that card is a meme. It's only good in the mirror, and that assumes we haven't agent somebody out of the game already. Or engineer somebody out of the game. I just love to engineer my mirror opponents recently. I'm like 5 or 6-0 against it recently. The thing of it is, I don't want to have to try to resolve a natural order against Delver, right? I think you can win naturally. You don't need to play all these gimmick cards. I think they cannot beat us right now. Like my record against Delver lately has been like 8-0, 9-0, something crazy like that. I haven't Adriano because I'm scared of double black, but it is something I've thought about. Like I'm a little bit leery of the mana base, but it's definitely something I've thought about. And I feel like it's kind of slow, right? Like against the graveyard decks, they all tend to be of the turn one variety, and how often is it gonna get there in time is what I'd like to know. Maybe it's okay against Breakfast, but that's about it, I think, right? Yeah, it's quite good against it's quite good if you can untap. The problem is these some of these decks are like dark ritual decks. But it's definitely something I thought about. Like in the vintage version plays Yixit the Jailer, right? Or somewhere here. I had it a minute ago. Thank you for the follow, Max. Good games earlier. It's pretty sick deck, to be honest. Yixit Jailer, that's how you pronounce it. So Max here with a super innovative deck. Breaking my 2-1 streak, right? Or 2-0 streak. Also, there are a lot of people here who like your deck, Max. If you scroll up in the chat, it will probably show up. I think there's a chance the chalice is okay, like as a two of, and then you just like only board them on the play against initiative, and you still have your sick removal spells. I kind of actually like that, and it like I'll have to consult with Jax. He mentioned to me combo was dead, but that seems to not be the case tonight. And maybe we could run like two chalices, right? Like in the sideboard, just as more copies of Collector Oof that come down turn one. That's actually kind of piqued my interest, right? I can see something like cut the spirit guides. What is it called? Do I have enough? Yeah, we move the snuff out to the main deck. Play the third Misty, and then play two chalices, right? Add one to the sideboard. I don't think I own the other one, so let's just go ahead and buy it right now in case we. Oops, wrong one. In case we queue up in a league. I just got in last stream of your I caught was like 3 weeks ago. Are you still on the white haper that stops? Um, Good question, Max. Turns out it doesn't work against sagas. So whoever mentioned that needs to be banished from my stream forever. For spreading lies. It doesn't work against sagas, unfortunately. It'd be great because it answers to like Fable, right, which is like a problem for us. Um, Chalice of the Void. I feel like somebody gone rogue, right? A combo player gone rogue. But I think Hushbringer is better because it's better against Fury decks in particular. All right, which one is the one version we want? Probably this one. I don't know how much they are right now. 8, pretty cheap, I guess. So I can see like maybe that, and then we just register that for the next league. Oops. Yeah. So we lose our spirit guys that we just added back. We have 4 snuff outs, man, which is kind of sick. And then the sideboard is just like heavily slanted towards beating certain decks, and we just like completely ignore others. I don't think there's any chance we'd be show and tell with the sideboard. So Max, are you working on that deck by yourself, or are you working on with somebody else? That was because like honestly, I was pretty impressed. Like, I think it was pretty creative, and I knew I was dead when you were casting those silences, right? Like, I'm like, oh shoot, I'm gonna get got here. Stone Brain. Nah, I don't think that is remotely playable. Although the other version of that is like pretty cool, right? Necromentia, like for those who are curious. Zombie tokens. I can't tell if that is better or the other version of that. I don't remember which, but I'd have to imagine this is better than that other version of this card. Whatever it was called, where they draw cards. Yeah, so I trust Adriano, right? Like, this is like a card in Modern. Yeah, the other one lets you draw. I can't imagine that's like. Although to be fair, you probably take their win con, but the problem is like against a deck like Show and Tell, giving them a card is like super relevant, right? Like because they have like 2 ways to win. Obviously, Necromancer is like, or the other card are the same against Doomsday. All it's possible the other card is even better because maybe the token matters or whatnot, but. I forgot what the other one was called. I thought about playing the other one and Necromancer when they were released, but It's always like I feel like that should be like a 2 mana card, right? It's just way too slow. 3 mana, 2 of which are black. It's not like easy for us. Obviously, a little bit easier with a high fetch density, but I don't know if I want to. Lost Legacy. I actually own like 2 or 3 copies of that in like paper. Yeah, Lost Legacy is the other one. I'll post it here. It's like a cool card. I don't know if it's good though. I used to think the red black version of that was like really cool, like back in the day before like fire, you know, powered crept up magic. Yeah, I think we want those kind of effects for combo, right? Not really creatures. There is a card I forgot what it's called, like where it comes into play and it exiles all of their creatures. What the hell? What was that card? It's like a removal spell. Now I'm blanking now. Black. It definitely was black. Exile all copies. And converted mana cost is 2. It's a removal spell. Legion's End. What is that? Converted mana cost 2 or less. Okay, irrelevant. Doesn't hit initiative. Yeah, irrelevant. Slaughter Games is what I'm thinking of. Yeah, that is a card that I was like tempted to play back in the day. You know, before power creep. All right, we will try to win our last match here, and then we'll probably stream a league after that. Please, no more combo. Otherwise, I'm going to Urza enjoy. This is a combo name if I've ever heard one. All right, we can double spell turn 1. There's that, but not doing much other than that. Yeah, I don't know about this card. Sometimes this is why I hate it, right? Like, just wish that was another land. Yeah, Adriano, who I really value his opinion on Elves because he's played both versions, he's plays other decks, so that's like extra points. Ooh, it looks like it is Painter. Interesting. What am I gonna do here? I think I will play the Reclaimer. Do I play the... The problem is the Shepherd is like irrelevant in this match. I don't even care, right? I'll just pass. Like, unless I have a Cradle, then it doesn't do anything, right? Alright, sure. Kind of expected that. I could have just like played the Shepherd to bait, but the problem is they don't have anything. Then I'm so far behind. Oof, that is a problem. Angel Graces. The problem is doesn't help against Storm, right? I think a Chalice is better. They named blue, so Snuff Out is live, notably. The other card have no text. This is why I'm leading with this card. The other cards in our hand have no text. We picked the bad hand to keep if we knew what they were on, but we didn't. So. Sure. All right. That's like redundant, I guess. That's a land at least. What do we do here? We can get a collector oof. The problem is if they have red blast, which they probably do because they named blue. Well, to be fair, they probably should have red blast the artisan, right? Like, did we just try to get them here? Maybe I take back everything I said about Spirit Guide. Maybe we just go for the cheese. I don't think we have a choice, to be honest. Ugh. REB is quite good here. We just have to hope they don't have it. And they probably do. Like, honestly. That's true, Adriano. That is true. I am not disputing that at all. That's fair. I think here we have to once for land, which is like super awkward. Cradle is a thing. Yeah, I think you're correct, Adrian, in that sense. Land would have been probably better. Correct. We could just play. So Adriano is absolutely right. Because what we could have done was, if it was another land, granted it could have been the spell, right? But it was another land. We play the shepherd, pitch the shepherd, and we're not down a land. So Adriano with the astute, mind you, observation. This is why Adriano's my boy here. With the in depth analysis. All right, we're just hosed there, I guess. But that's why we also test, though, right? Interesting. Oh my god, they're gonna hardcast Fury. Ooh. Nope, nothing we can do about that. Yeah, nothing we can do about that. How did they? Oh, they exile Spear Guy. So on the bright side, we have some time. I'm gonna like block bounce that Fury a few times. I don't think I care. All right. No, Adriano's absolutely right. We would not be down on land, so to speak, here, right? It'd be a lot better. Although, if it was a snuff out, then that's a different story, too. Ooh, all right. So the interesting thing here is, do we main phase it? I think we do, and the reasoning is the reason why we main phase it here, I believe, is because then they can just do it on our turn and like mess up our mana. No, no, we have the endurance. We have the endurance. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Yeah, I think we main phase it here. And then we just pass the turn, right? And like I said, otherwise they're gonna do it on our turn, right? On our upkeep, and our mana is all messed up, right? Like you cannot waste mana. The good thing here is, actually no, we're like a little bit far away still from lethal. Interesting. If that's a removal, so we get blown the you know what out, I'm gonna go ahead and kill the painter.
Why? What could they possibly have? If it's a bolt, then maybe they trade here, 2 for 1. That's the only thing I can think of. Sure. Not sure what that really does, but okay. Warwood is obscene at the moment. Like holding that Fury back to oh my god, okay, sure. To play around removal. Okay. They're probably gonna cycle it. I'd have to imagine. Oh my god, they got their own visionary going right now. We need to draw hoof pretty soon, right? We have lethal if we do, and we could deck thin, but we are in a little bit of trouble now. Gonna still attack or no? Time to deck thin. Can we please draw the hoof or green sun? That's not what we want. There's no point, I don't think, in hitting this. I don't think we want them to hardcast Fury. I think we probably lost this game one. Like, they're starting to draw is the problem. Okay. Ugh. We kept a really poor hand, and why I think Shepard is kind of bad, right? Like against certain matchup, like it's just trash in this matchup. You got yourself a visionary. That'd be 6, 7, 8. So the reason why they attack with the welder engineer here is because I don't know if killing a painter does anything. I think killing an engineer might be relevant though. So they don't have double recursion. We'll go to 4, and then we have to start. I mean, they can. A turn too late. All our silver bullets there in the garbage. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're short 1 mana.
No, we're short one. The wasteland. Well, we also didn't think that whatever would die. Two force. I think we have to just try to get lucky here. We're gonna visionary and just draw a few cards. That is a start. Hmm. It is lethal if we draw a natural order here. No, no natural order. I don't think we are allowed to attack. This can probably attack. That's about it. If they have a bolt here and they just like run everything in, it's like awful too. But I think we just like live with that. That is okay, I think. We are like on the verge of stealing this game. Depending what the I don't know what the last card is, but like we are on the verge of stealing this game. Like we're gonna see the natural order pretty soon, I think. Depending what they do here, obviously they could bolt, but like that's only one card, and it's like obvious if they attack all too, right? Okay, that irrelevant. Irrelevant. No way they attack. Yeah, no way. Can we draw natural order? Oh my god, so close. Five, six, seven. We're all right. I think we green sun here. Get the extra mana. This lets us do block bounce like tricks, right? That is a dead card, unfortunately. Um, we don't have any more fetchables, so our fetches are dead. There's no need to play them right now. I think I would just pass. If they want to run everything in, that's fine with us, I think. We are so close right now. There's an argument to be made. Maybe we don't. I was trying to go for the kill there before they draw something relevant, but like there's an argument to be made. We don't bounce here and we just use the mana, right? Like we'll have three draws, or maybe we just bounce one. Depends if they attack too, right? If they attack, we're forced to bounce. And if we win, if we can steal game one, it's gonna be so much easier post board. All right, do they run in everything? No.
For the 7 cards, I feel like we bounce at least one. Not both. Gives us another draw. We kind of have to win here too because oh, they have a bolt. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Oh my god! Don't tell me it's the next card. Like they'll have the mana too, unfortunately, to do what they want here. I think we want to show them the snuff out because then they're gonna name black next game. I think that's painful. We calculated that we can only bounce. Well, it's like soft calculated that I could bounce one. I think we're probably just gonna barely lose. I think in hindsight, the misplay might have been not holding the green sun so that we have lethal, but it's hard to say, right? Like we had to go for it there, and I'm not sure Hoof we would have had enough mana if we didn't do that anyways to holding the green sun. Oh, they have they have more than enough mana. Sure. So I guess we can check if we would have got there. Nope. Don't think so. All right. I think it might have been right to hold the green sun so it's lethal, but I think we would have been short mana on the hoof too. So hard to say. I think we bring out our Haymaker and Gaia's Blessing. We board out the Snuff Outs because I think they're going to change to black. Or they should at least. I think Opposition Agent is probably pretty good. I don't know. Maybe. I feel like
I feel like it was a little bit different, right? We didn't think they were gonna blast our endurance too, right? That was another thing. I think we got a little bit unlucky. Like we went through half our deck without seeing any natural orders, and that's not common. I think this is probably how I want to board against. I think Adriano is really on top of it. To be honest, I think the reason why we lost is because Spirit Guide was, excuse me, was not a land, right? I think that's the real reason we lost. Also, having the snuff out main could have been relevant too. I don't think we want engineer to be honest. Yeah, I don't want leyline. I don't think I care like about their recursion. I have endurance. This is like fine. So here, I think we, I think we try to bait them into. Well, actually, that's not true. I think we do this. See if they try to moon us. Some people like to do that. Some people like to do that. Bolt, maybe? No. Interesting. This is like working out. I think the thing is like they try to win. Ooh. Again, this probably should be a land, right? Yeah, we're just gonna. Ooh, my goodness. 2 tokens on board. That's pretty nice. Out of Fury range, too. So, the reason why Gaia's Blessing is so good in this matchup is, and granted, sample size of only 1, this is sample size 2 now, is because then you don't have to worry about just dying, right? You just, like, don't have to run into Fury. You just play a slower game and then just, like, force the Fury out, so to speak. Sure. I don't think that matters. Well, you could, I guess. Maybe they Fury our thing just so that doesn't die. It's possible. I think we want to cut their mana. So let's try it this way. I'm gonna do this. Again, if this was a land, it would have been okay. So I'm now gonna be off that. I think. I think we do that. So they can't hardcast Fury. Bash. They want to like kill. They want whatever Fury. That's fine. I think we just cut their mana. Entirely possible we want the Snowvalves too, even though they're bad against Magus and bad against Painter on black. They left in Power Blast, which is interesting. Don't think that's correct, but maybe they don't have. Fury into Painter is Monkas. There's the Fury part. So they're gonna kill the Artisan, presumably, or the Gris, probably. Sure. This is suddenly huge. Sure. Oh my god, what in the world? I think we had no choice, right? Like, otherwise they're gonna like two. the Hardcast Fury, which is a problem. Did they play a land? They could just play a soul land, I guess. No, they didn't even play land, I think. That is annoying. No, I didn't forget about it. It's planned, right? It's gonna shuffle in. There's no. Well, I guess we could play the Reclaimer, but. Yeah, let's do that. I don't think they're gonna. I think they're gonna go for the kill and just get blown out. Not blown out, but. Yeah, for sure, Adrian. That extra land would have been real nice right now. It's okay. We learned something, and I think I value that more than anything else, right? This is a learning exercise. Although that Kiki Jiki like really scares me right now. All right, they're probably gonna try to mill us, and then we're gonna get them with a blessing, and then from there, hopefully, oh my god, you got to be. Wait, what? Unless they have it in hand, you gotta be kidding me. I'm unless they have it in hand. That's the only explanation. Or I don't want to say it's like real sketch what's going on here. What is going on? All right. It is very interesting what's going on the other side of the field here. I think we attack and see if they block. I don't think so though, but you never know. No, we can't. We can't. Because of the lantern. It's just a very strange move there, is all. I don't like to be quick to accusations, but it's like very suspicious what's going on the other side. That they didn't go for the win here. Unless they somehow knew the list. Like maybe they were watching us earlier or something. But it is like very strange to me. Like you have the kill and for some reason you didn't do it. Like it doesn't make any sense. Hold on. I think I bogged them here. Yeah, it is definitely pretty suspect. I'm not gonna lie. It doesn't make any sense otherwise, right? They might not be. It's just a really suspicious play. What they're going for. What did they do? Okay, the thing died. Sure. Uh, we could have got Wasteland. The problem is, actually, I think we need. Oh my god, that is bad now. I think I messed up. I think I should have let that resolve because now they can just kill our thing.
Yeah, I screwed up. Like I had the line, which was I was gonna wasteland them to prevent them from getting because they have the soul guide that's holding in hand. But then I got like sidetracked because they were targeting the dragon engine. I got sidetracked because they were targeting the dragon engine. Unfortunately, I think we attack with one and see what they do. Maybe they like block. It does. It does. Unfortunately. Wow. It is very suspect. I think it was going on. Like, how do you know to play around it unless? Yeah, that is. I don't usually suspect people, but this is like pretty suspect. I think. So I also punted. Right, I should have got the waste and let them draw three. But the problem is I'm probably falling behind. Like that's I don't know. I feels bad, but it is what it is. Feels bad. I think we've already lost, right? Like we can't win through this. I asked them, they didn't respond. I literally just. They said to be honest, I thought it would be progenitors or something. Progenitors doesn't even work. Like you can't even stop progenitors. Oh my god, this is like painful. So they said I don't know. Either they don't really know what's going on, or I don't know. It just seems really suspect, to be honest. Yeah, I yeah, it doesn't even work against progenitors, which is the funny part, right? It's okay. I think we learned. I'm not gonna dwell on the past. It's just like really suspect what happened right now. And like I said, I have never called anybody like suspect before, except one player a long time ago because it was really random because they wastelanded me the turn where gave a priority, and I had a reclaimer out. That's the one time in the past where I thought it happened in the past, but pretty suspect I think right now. But anyways, we can move past that. That's fine. I do think Adriano is right. I think we probably don't want the spirit guides, and then we want to play the extra land and move the snuff out to the main. Um, there's a chance we could play like plague engineer or opposition. They're just so bad against initiative. I think you just want the extra game against initiative game one, or or you can play the progenitors, but I don't really want to draw that. But I still think it's worth it because look how much more difficult it was for them, right? If we draw natural order at any point, we win the game. Like it forces them to be a 3 card combo instead of 2 card combo.
They can play around it, but it is not easy, right? Like we had many draws to win the game. We just didn't draw it. We can try this new list though. That's true. Actually, cancel. Let's do that. I think the first Baseju is probably worth it, just like to get out of random like outs, right? I don't think. So yeah, let's do that. The first Baseju maybe it's worth it, right? I don't think we want two, but I think because of the mana. I hate Gemstone personally. I tried it in a league. Maybe it's better in the sideboard, but I think we can play better cards in the sideboard. I absolutely hated it. Like not making green is really bad. It's 10 right now. Otherwise, I would have had 11. Answer key gaming. Code 205. I think this is like combo player. This is real bad regardless. Sure. Probably like that. We'll do it like this. Collective seems good against the. Actually, are they on combo? I don't even know, but I guess we'll find out. We will find out if they are or not. I feel like that's a combo player, but I could be wrong. Could be wrong. That's true too. Bobble? I think I think this is like the Epic Storm or the Epic Gamma. It's like one of those decks, right? And we're just gonna try to get them here, but we'll see. But yeah, I'd rather have another creature anyways. Right? Like Bloodstained Mire is not playing fair. Nice. We're gonna wasteland them now. You got to be kidding me. This well, actually no, I take that back. They saw the collective. That's my mistake. They saw the collective. Because I showed it off the Once Upon a Time, right? Like, they knew about it. So that's the correct play. They're going to try to go off here, which is reasonable. But I think the Wasteland probably just slowed them down enough, right? I think we just play everything. They could be on the Doomsday deck, which is pretty sick, to be honest. Like, having seen it from Max Carini earlier. I'm gonna tell Jax I played against three combo players in the prelim. Interesting. Oh, Max Karina is here. Perfect. All right, what do we want to do here? I believe the answer is playing Artisan and pass. Did you play against Mono White? I did. I won pretty easily. I don't. I think they seem inexperienced for what it's worth. I mean, I don't know for sure. I mean, I would trust Max Carini, right? Like, if he says Brian has a white version, it's probably right. And Brainstorm, I don't think it was in Max's deck. So yeah, Jax once told me if he touches white cards, his hands will burn. Here, oh man, actually we don't have the opposition agent, but I think that's fine. I think the collective oof main is probably good enough in most cases. Actually, I kind of regret. Well, not entirely, I guess. I was gonna say I kind of regret playing the artisan instead of getting a cradle now, because we if we get a cradle, then suddenly the whatever's lethal. What are we getting off the fiend here? Probably not even anything, right? Like, if we get yeah, because now I kind of regret playing the artisan without agent in the main deck. We kind of wanted the cradle so the natural order is lethal. What are we doing here? So mistake on my end, right? Because I like it slipped my mind that the agent is not in the main, so that doesn't really do anything. We get punished there if we draw the natural order, or the Allosaur Shepherd too, actually. So they're upkeep fetching. I think they have to go off this turn. I think they know that. It's probably not good for us. Yeah, sure. Wow, from five. All right. All right. Whew. We dodged one. Small misplay by me, but it could have mattered. At what point do we sacrifice too much by playing Force on me for mono white Delver? Seems like combo because matches are shaky. So the combo part I think is moot because I think we probably lose anyways. To be honest, like game one, like I want to be honest, like the games where we win against combo game one, it's because they either whiffed or we just somehow got the collector oof like in time because they had a slow hand or something, right? Against control, it's a fair argument, but like it's not like engineer is great against control, or it's not like agent is great against control. All right, we are now really happy. We're suddenly playing Chalice of the Void, right? Like, why have we played against combo like a million times tonight? Is beyond me. Actually, do we want Leyline? Maybe not. I think we want in case they go goblins for whatever reason. No bog, no that, no this. We don't even have anything worth playing. So may well. What do you think, chat? Do we go for Leyline because we just is that or endurance just to like try to like Lotus mana it out, but that seems kind of fringe. I think maybe like that. Not bored in the other one. Yeah, let's try it. Unless whatever. Oh, there's a ley line. We don't have many good hands for what it's worth. I don't know if it makes sense to like mold the chalice, so to speak. We could try it, I guess. Actually, if we're gonna do that, and Leyline's not a keep, yeah, I think we just keep. Then I think we just don't even board in Leyland, right? No, it doesn't. Turn one brainstorm. This making a statement. At least it stops right of flame, sort of. Better lucky than good. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. Oh, confirm whitelisted. Maybe that's like a prismatic ending. All right, that is a thing. So that's probably why they're on white. To be honest, prismatic ending seems pretty good. Jackson and I talked about it was when it got spoiled. Like, this is the new. This is potentially the new age of combo, right? Sure. Sort of. Not really, but sort of. Okay, that's a thing. Uh, question is, do we? I think we fetch here just in case. Oops. I want to make Reclaimer bigger so the clock is faster. Is the reason. Right? Then they're acknowledge if they get out of this jam is worse. Don't tell me they got another pending here. Sure. Um, I'm not gonna bounce. I want the mana. All right, we take the shepherd because it's game. If they pass the turn, but dicey here for sure. That's a problem. Two lines like that. Right of flame. Oof. They actually have lethal right there with that for those first four draws. Jeez, those are like some monster draws. It's pretty good. Burning Wish, retain priority, tendrils. Dang, the Burning Wishes were pretty good. Unfortunately, our hate does not line up well with the way they build their deck. I don't know if that's by design that they, or not, or coincidence, but didn't line up well there. Even though we had the Chalice and the Collector, and we still lost, so that does not feel good. Leyline, I don't even know if it did anything there. Maybe not. Actually, it probably does. It stops their echo lines at least. But maybe that's okay. This matchup is gonna be hard. And we can't complain about this because it's a league, right? It's not like a prelim. Sure. That's true. That is fair, definitely. I think we keep this because off the power of turn 2 collective. Gotta pretend like we have the mind break driver, and then one of these days we will. My guess is they probably boarded into like 3 prismatic ending and then kept the 4th one to Burning Wish for, or like whatever they have -1, right? So they can Burning Wish for the other one. Unfortunately, we don't have any stack based interaction against them, which that is an awful, awful draw right now. Yeah, I kind of think it's cool. Like, it's, if nothing else, I'd be bored, right? Like, I felt like we had the Elves metagame pretty solved before that. Sure. It's kind of annoying, but I might have to rethink what kind of interaction I want, because if that incentivizes, well, Jax told me not to care about Storm too, so there is that. Let's do it the other way. No, Jax had wrote a cool primer. Okay. A bunch of lands. That's pretty bad. So are we dead here? Is the question. Probably. Probably. Yep, that is confirmation of dead. Yeah, that's probably true. It just so happens we ran into like 5 of them tonight for some reason. Oh, 3 of them, I guess. This is not the way I envision things. I guess the decks that lose to Delver do run rampant in the leagues. Or lose to initiative, I should say. One or the other. Don't think there's anything we could have done about, like, outside of playing Seas. So if suddenly this makes Seas good again. Oh, that was not good. I know Jurg's been doing really well. I just wonder how is he able to dodge. I think it's time zone, because I just run into non-stop combo in my metagame or my time zone. I'm gonna get some water. Take a quick break. Which Tony are you referring to, Wally? Yeah, I believe the time zone is a big deal for sure. I suspect this because I asked Jurg, like, because for those who don't know, Jurg is Aaron Relentless. He's been on the traditional build as of late instead of the Reclaimer build, and I asked him like, oh, isn't the initiative matchup really difficult if you run into an Archon of Emeria? And to my surprise, he told me he's faced zero Archon of Emeria out of initiative, which is like very different than me. Probably because my time zone right now is just like full of combo. So like all the builds, like if micrograms is here, micrograms I run into a few times, and I know they're on Archon of Emeria, right? Like, and I think time zones has a lot to do with it, right? It's probably pretty fair in the time zone that Yurk plays because he said he hasn't played against any Archon list. And mine is just like nonstop Archon list, which I'm able to beat, but I just can't imagine the Nettle Sentinel build beating an Archon of Mario turn one, right? Like, that's probably just game over on the spot. So, which Tony are you referring to, Wally? Yeah, I definitely believe it, Adriano. Oh, that makes sense, right? Tony is in the same time zone as me because he's all I queue into him a lot, and yeah, I've run into a lot of initiative as well, and they all on Archon. So I think you, Tony, we're on the same time zone because I see nothing but what's it called? Nothing but Archon of Emeria. Like I rarely face the Thalia build, and I think it's because this time zone is just rampant with combo. Sure. I wouldn't mind actually pairing into Stompy even more. I actually don't pair it into much outside like the same individuals. But the builds I run into are all Archon of Emeria builds. Probably because this time zone is rampant with combo. We'll see what our opponent is on. Actually, I probably should have led with a Bayou in hindsight. For a few reasons. I might seize here, then it doesn't matter. Oh, they took the green sun. I wonder how much your win rate would increase on a different account with a different name. It's funny you mentioned that. I think a significant amount. Rumor has it that I've won the trophy race a couple of times on other accounts. I don't know where these rumors came from, but rumor has it. So here we like. Ooh. Here we are shortchanging ourselves the Landlord Elf because I missequenced, right? I realized it right after. I should have done it because of the what was in our hand. The Cradle was already in our hand, so like for and also the basic was already in our hand, so we can play around Blood Moon anyways. We're probably just dead here to be honest. The rest is not screams combo to me. Although here I guess maybe it doesn't matter. Word on the street is I won the trophy race a few times on a mysterious account. I don't know where these rumors came from. Word on the street. I think we just plus here. We're shortchanged a damage because no, this is what I mean, right? I jokingly have said that if the rumors are true, I don't know if they are or not. The rumors are true. It is probably one of my great accomplishments that I won the trophy race multiple times When I all you do is run into combo, right, in this metagame. Although to be fair, I built my decks to be at least okay against combo. Probably did. Yeah. Although this time I don't think the sequencing mattered here. Like we were short like a point maybe of damage, but that's the only thing that changed. Right. We would have been able to attack with the Landlord Elves here. Are they going? What are they getting here? This is a relatively healthy metagame. Interesting. Um, Here's that's easier to show. So do they not have the mana? Yeah, they're miss. Oh, never mind. I take that back. Oh, they didn't play land drop yet. Never mind. I'm probably dead. Yeah. Cabal ritual. Into Cabal ritual. Into Thoughtseize. No, they can't Thoughtseize. Into Tendrils of Agony? That's short. Oh no, they have the passing play. I take that everything. So they have to do that and like walk into endurance or whatever, but they know. Alright, we're dead. I'll just concede. I don't feel like very many combo decks have very high non-delver win rates anymore. Uh, that is probably true, especially like lunatics like me out there who build their decks to beat combo. Not at the moment, but like in general. I think if you're playing against elves, I'm like, and I combo, I'm probably one of their worst nightmares because I just like value beating combo and other elf players don't. But again, no C's at the moment hurts because Jax has told me to ignore combo. I can believe that. Like bad against Chalice. I can believe that. Actually, Bog is probably good. What am I cutting here? Ley line. I think I have like all the relevant stuff. Took out Shepherd. I think they're gonna empty the goblins or empty the warrens against me. Hmm. Cheap. We don't have much to be honest. Like with this build, it's like not that many great hands. Maybe I should have mulled because this hoof is real bad, but oh, I take that back. The collective is gas here. For whatever reason, I cannot play elves without Phenom. Yeah, the problem is like if Delver plays any sweepers, you're probably a big dog to Delver if you don't play Fiend Artisan. Oh, that's true. That's true. CK Ross. I think the C is Chris. Is that correct? Forgetting right off the top of my head. I apologize. Okay, awesome. I'm glad. It would have been embarrassing if I got it wrong. Chris is also a an elf player. I think Chris also plays Alluring, if I remember correctly. I don't know if Chris is on some other stuff, but oh my god, do they have a turn one? All right, that's something. Oh my god, that is the perfect draw. That is the perfect draw. Yes, a learn for fun elves for anything I wanted to win. I don't think Jeskai, Delver, or Stumpy is good. What do you mean by that, Def Not Oz?
All right, we're just gonna wrap here. We're gonna agent them pretty soon.
Seems like we need Galactique to be combo now. Like, what combo are you referring to, Wally? That oof isn't good. Besides Sneak and Show, which is the only one. I feel like very confident against the mirror. Like, Engineer is a bomb against the mirror. Like, they cannot beat it. Oh, Prismatic Ending. That's fair. That is a good point. I thought about that for Delver, but like, not Delver, sorry, Control, but that is like fair. What are we doing here now?
We're gonna get agent here. The agent is in the game. Uh, I'm not. This card is like. It depends what you want to hedge against. I think for what it's worth, I think Gris is insane, and so is Bog. Reasons to be in black.
Testacula did well with a White Elves build. I don't remember when I know he played a whitelist a while ago. I don't know if he did well. For what it's worth, most of his lists for what it's worth are essentially from me. Uh, we chat a lot, and I he jokingly calls me the architect, right? He's I forgot what the phrase he used, but well, to be fair, top 32 is usually there's like depending on the challenge, there's only like 64 players, so like that's not it's not bad per se, but I don't think it's like anything to write home about, so to speak. Engineer's probably the right, like the person to carry out the plans, so to speak, right? I've seen three threes, top 32 for its worth. This is definitely a mulligan. This is a keep, I guess. We don't have many keeps, unfortunately, with this build. We just bottom that. There is a chance, like four link line is just too much, and maybe we just play more chalices, right? Just like scam the combo players. Sure. They probably take the artisan in the dark. I'd imagine. Oh, they take the once. Interesting. I guess they're not scared of this. It's disrespectful. That is a very interesting card that we just drew here. So we have a turn 3, but it might just be too slow. I've tried white, and it depends what you. I like. I think Hushspring is pretty good. The problem is like, if I listen to Jax, we're supposed to ignore combo right now. Like that is like straight from his mouth. I mean, obviously, you don't want to be too results oriented because of the metagame, right? Like I non-stop combo, but I'm just telling you straight from Jax. Oh, okay. Straight from Jax's mouth, he told me to ignore combo. And maybe he's right, right? Especially win this game. Like without much help. You just rely on like getting the one art. The thing about artisan is just the deck is like insanely consistent. It's just you have to bridge to that turn 3 or whatever it is, right? That new Elvish Norn isn't it like 5 mana. There's like some EDH like debacle about it, right? Yeah, I think I saw that card. I'm like, this is the card that people are complaining about. Sure. They shuffled, so there's no reason to Basage. It could have bounced too, but like it's a whole different story. Um, do we value the creature or do we? I think we value the creature instead of the one damage. Couldn't matter for like natural order math or like we draw a cradle that's like really good. Thanks. Take care, Death Note Oz. They are digging. They most certainly are digging. This thing is a monster against combo. Like you just have to get to it is the problem, right? Like you have to bridge, and traditionally Thoughtseize is the answer. Uh, the problem with Thoughtseize though is like you don't develop your mana, right? Like it actually slows Arclong down too. So like ideally Leyline is relevant, so you just like get to it faster. Maybe that's better. In Jax I trust. Yeah, they need to do it in response. Cause there's an agent on the way. A sleeper agent on the way. This our plan though is awkward against Dress Down for what it's worth. If you're a combo player trying to like beat this kind of build, like that card is like quite good against us. Right? You just like dress down end step and then like all the things don't matter, right? It cleans up everything. Alright. Something's happening here that I don't like. 4. Uh-oh. Natural ad nos? Nope, never mind. Never mind. All right, not bad, right? Like our deck is not really built to beat combo. We're like 1 out of 2 here. We actually did okay in the league too. I mean, not the league. We actually did okay also in the prelim. We went 1-1. Well, I guess 1-2 if you count the. Actually, I guess we went 1-2 if you count the painter deck, but against Storm. Also, the painter that had his own. I'll put it at interesting moves from our opponent. Pi Gonti. I saw they were checking out what they're playing Legacy recently on Twitter. They're probably on initiative. Regardless, I'm gonna keep this. Ideally, we open up with the snuff out, but I don't think you mold a snuff out. There's a legitimate argument for only one basic in this metagame, but like, okay, there's like one clearly better than the others. It could be on Delver, I guess. I don't know. All the recommendations I saw on Twitter was to try initiative. Looks like that's what it is. Could be elves. If it's elves, I cannot wait to engineer our opponent. I'm gonna put my 5 game 6 match whatever it is win streak on the line here. Okay, Archon of Emeria, sure. Nope.
All right, we're gonna like vomit our hand here. All right. The question here is, do we play the artisan? Actually, they're forced to kill the artisan, and then we just like, yeah, let's do this. I like this play a lot better. All right, we're gonna flood the board, and I think the game's already over. To be honest, like if you're initiative, how are you gonna beat this? Like they just spit out their whole hand turn 2. Right, you gotta turn 1 solitude. Yeah, that's game over. Like that's what I said, right? You just spit out your whole hand, and you just cannot beat it. Like when you're on the play. All right. Like they needed to solitude if they had it, right? Like there's no waiting. Not on the draw. Agreed. Kratos nuts in this matchup. I don't think this on the draw. Although you can cheese the win on the play though. Well, we drew the best card. Drew the best card. Also, they need a mulligan more aggressive. Actually, it could be a Swords to Plowshares. All right, we're gonna fetch. Get the Bayou once. Land. I don't think Wirewood is irrelevant in this matchup. Or mostly irrelevant. Sure. I think I do it now. All right, this is kind of a joke, but... And that is why we play Snuff Out. The reason why I did it there is because in the event some crazy maniac boards in Mindbreak Trap against us, that's the reason. Like, it's embarrassing, I think, to lose the Mindbreak Trap if you out of Elves. Like, you have so much control to play around it. So far so good. Initiative we went 2-0 against tonight. We also like went 50-ish% against combo. Yeah, I feel like they might have been all in on Archon of Engineering, which is like blew the doors off of that like plan, right? We're just gonna like vomit our hand again, and then like playing an initiative or monarch card where your opponent has like 5 creatures of war just feels so bad. Like from a schematic slash like strategic standpoint in the matchup, we had the benefit of knowing they don't have any sweepers, so we just like go wide and just don't care. Like the games were not particularly interesting there. Nano indentation.
whatever that means. Ooh, I don't want all the silver bullets in the hand, but I'm gonna keep for science. No, our luck. It might actually be good because maybe they're on combo again. I think this we save for what's it call it, an arbor in case we flood. I think we just take the artisan here, right? It's like the only reasonable thing. I think to turn two is gonna be artisan into collector oof. But we'll see what our opponent is on. P-Miz. I hope we don't have to wait too long for it to be banned. I actually don't think it's gonna be banned for what it's worth. I do not think it's gonna be banned. Awkward. Definitely awkward. Oh man, this is like really awkward sequencing now. Punished. Sure. Ironically helped us. Ironically helped us. Oh man, I miss what is it called? I can get grist here, I guess. I don't love it though. Actually, grist doesn't matter yet. Like I'd rather have the arbor to be honest. Let's do this. Actually, I messed up. That's a messed up by me. I should have played the endurance, right? Like I should have played the endurance because it's one less mana, but that's okay. This is kind of fairish, right? Kind of fairish. Yeah, grist is possible there too. Like just to start, getting value, so to speak. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Actually, let's do it this way. That doesn't matter. Oops, cancel. If they had 2 crop rotation, we're not playing around that. Like, that's okay with me, so to speak. I don't think we can attack here. In all likelihood, I don't think. I think the grist play might have been correct, but I don't think it would have mattered. I think like we needed the mana for probably didn't have the mana the following turn anyways. Oh, that's really bad for us. That's really bad for us. That's a plus. That's a Lotus right there, or Workshop, whatever you want to call it. That feels good though. No, no targets. Well, I guess there's one target. Did they just tap out? There's no green left. I think they're dead. Like I think what is going on here? Sure. Yeah, I think they're dead here. I was just scared of like Green Sun Primeval Titan or something crazy like that, but they're just dead now. You know you're in trouble when the elf player doesn't bounce their visionary, right? That's like lethal. Yeah, we gotta beat those painter players, right? It's like a one card destroy target deck, so uh, unless your opponent makes some suspect plays, but that's if you watched us earlier, you'll know what we're talking about. Deathmark is like kind of cool in this matchup. I think I would actually board it in. I think Agent is like the nuts in this matchup. Do they have a way to interact with? They do. Unfortunately, we were the recipient of how they interacted with this. Somehow they knew what we were gonna do. I'll put it that way. Somehow they knew what we were going to do. Even though no list right now has the card Gaia's Blessing, and somehow they knew what we were gonna do. Do we care about? I don't think any of this other stuff is like relevant. Engineer, probably not. Yeah, so essentially what happened, as Adriano mentioned, is they had the kill, and somehow they went for Soul Guide Lantern instead of Grindstone. And I asked them about it. I was like, "Oh, how did you know to play around the Gaia's Blessing? Maybe they saw my stream or something, or like I tweeted out or whatever." Keep. Hey, how's it going? The OG X Whale is here. Congratulations again on your triple. For those who don't know, Will Kruger here had the. Yeah, I only had one land in play. So Will here had a triple top 8 in this past weekend. Triple top 8. That and actually won the standard challenge, which is pretty sick. Do I care about this? I feel like we just like make our own play here, right? Like we're gonna get land and then like ramp. The best land. Also, if they play a creature, we're just gonna snuff it out anyway, so I don't think it matters. Now that I think about it. Yeah, we're just gonna ramp here. Yeah, if you don't know Will, please follow him. He is like not just one of the best modern players around. He's one of the best players, period, around. So like, do yourself a favor and follow Will. Actually, for those who don't know, here's Will's Twitter handle. Unless he beats me to it, right? Okay. So here is Will's Twitter handle. So interesting that they have not done anything yet. I think what I can do here is like play Fiend Artisan and like hit their Cloud Post, right? And then just probably shut off their mana afterwards. Let's see. If I do this, hold on, hold on. If I do that, that's 2 mana, 3 mana, 4 mana next turn. Okay, so I think I waste right now. So in case they have Dismember for some reason. Right. So they do that. Hey Romari, how's it going? And then we do this, and then next turn we're just gonna lock them out of the game with our other black hate bear, right? In opposition agent. Sure. So we could snuff out them here, but we already have our crazy lock piece coming up. Right? Like, yeah, it's possible that's the only thing, right? They really just don't know what's going on. Like, that, because their answer just didn't make any sense. We're an agent hit them right now. Yeah, it's insane to me, like their answer, like because it doesn't make any sense. But maybe just they just don't know how it works. But this is like win target game against our opponent most of the time. It is going deep. That is not no lies detected, so to speak. The question here is, what do we do? I think we're just gonna grind them out here, right? And do we even bother attacking? Probably. I don't even know if it's worth it. Like, what could they possibly have here? Oh, actually, what am I doing? There we go. This. Like, I almost thought I messed that up, but I could have, yeah. Oh, they run Wasteland? That's kind of cool, I guess. Actually, I love to see it. Here we go. Two of my close friends that I've met, unfortunately not in paper yet, but online, Adriano and actually Will did really well with Hammer. So not only did he finish second, but so did Theo Jung, if anybody knows who that is. Theo is quite a good player as well. I think here we're just gonna get a Reclaimer, and I don't think we want to turn off Death Mark like randomly. Like, what do we do here? I think, like, what flash are we playing around flash here? I think we just bash and then C, right? They don't have double green for endurance. Yeah, Theo is a very strong player. I think we're gonna do that, and then set ourselves up for. Okay, there you go. There's that as well. All right, I think the game is like we're like a million miles ahead of our opponent, but this probably locks it up in 2 turns. This thing is obscene against some of these green decks. There you go. I mean, you can't go wrong with copying the X whale, right? Rumor has it there's a lot of copying of X whale going on. I don't know what that's the what I heard. The rumor is there's a lot of X whale copying. All right. All right. We're one turn, I guess, from killing. Don't think it matters, but just in case. Yeah. Crazy to me how modular Hammer is, though. Every 75 is so different. Yeah, that's kind of cool. That means the deck is really strong, right? Like, there's a lot of ways to skin the cat, so to speak. All right, we are, the rebound from, turn one, Rite of Flame loss, right? Into being, what is Snack Hunter on? I forgot. Oh, that was combo as well. And then we beat initiative pretty easily. Our opponent, like, scooped turn two, whatever, to snuff out. And then we beat, green on green crime here, so to speak, right, with opposition agent. I can't imagine you'd want SGL otherwise. Like, unless you're really trying to meta against reclaimer buffs. Yeah, so I guess what sorry, not Mark, Max Carina here is mentioning is referring back to that really sketch play from the painter player. And like I said, I have never really seen suspect play outside of one other time, and that was the second time I've seen like really sketch play while streaming. The other time was essentially I held up Reclaimer activation every turn against a Death and Taxes player, and the one turn I didn't, they wastelanded me. Sorry, when I say that, I mean I passed priority. So like I had 2 mana ups, I just like yielded through because I'm assuming they're not gonna wasteland me when I have 2 mana up. I think you're supposed to have Soul Guide for sure against Fiend Artists and things like that. It's just like the time that they got it was really sketch because I was tapped out essentially, and I couldn't really stop them unless they knew I had the. And their logic, I guess, was it. Oh, you have Progenitus, and that maybe they thought it shuffles in. I don't know. That was their logic at least, which is not accurate, but maybe they just didn't know, right? I think we mold this hand. It's like pretty good. I know. I don't. Well, I don't know for sure. Testacular could be on my list, or he could be. What is it called? He could be playing Oops all spells. I hope not the latter. The mirror is a race not to engineer, but actually agent. As funny as that sounds. So for those who don't know, Testacular is current and somebody I talk to regularly. So, da, da, da. So he jokingly said, "Please don't be mad." That scares me that he is on Oops all spells. Otherwise, this is like a keep. Put back one snuff out. I feel like I'm gonna get Oops right now though. The funny thing is like yeah, the pseudo mirror is race to engineer, but the true mirror is race to agent because it locks out like not everything but a lot. I think I'm gonna get Oops for now though. I'm gonna pretend like I don't know what he's on. I don't actually, but I think okay, never mind. So I think it is the mirror. Maybe they're on like Nettle Sentinel or something. They said don't be mad. That's true. That would justify that as well. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and once for mana into probably this into snuff out their turn one play, right? I should have. If I knew for sure they were on elves, I probably would keep the other snuff out. But like, it's not great otherwise. A little bit awkward. We don't have what is it called? The other snuff out here, but don't think it matters too much. I think we're just gonna flood board and pass. The mirror is not as bad as it used to be, but still kind of bad. It's just a race, right? I kind of wish that Shepherd now was a snuff out number 2, but I don't know if it mattered. There could be a hybrid version. That's the only other thing. Like, why would I be mad? Ah, that's okay. So he's playing Glimpse of Nature, probably the hybrid version, which is fine. I think it's like decently positioned at the moment. You just gotta fade Archon of Emeria, but like, there's a lot of people who are not playing that out of initiative. It's really bad. Oh, okay. So it is the hybrid version, and I think that's why he's messing with me. This is kind of interesting though. It makes me debate: do I get? I probably just get what is it called? Plague Engineer, right? I can't do it now because I don't have game 1, but it does do things here. So Kern actually messaged me just now on the chat and said, I don't know how Jurg is doing it. I said it's because Jurg is his metagame is very fair, if that makes sense. Actually, I think we draw here because they have the thing going. This is a pretty sick line. Fortunately, they have Cradle and we don't. I don't think Gris is gonna get there, honestly. So that's why I went for the the Wirewood line here, right? So it looks like, depending on their hand, I think. Oh, okay, they have natural order. We're dead. Scoop phase. Actually, we'll make them show that they have it. I'm assuming we're dead. Yeah. All good. I don't mind. Respectable losing to a Reclaimer here. All right. We do have some haymakers for what it's worth. The Death Mark is actually kind of good as well. Chalice is really funny in this matchup, but not gonna, get cute, so to speak. I think we don't want Gris. They're on Glimpse, so not great for us. No Collector Oof. Do we have anything? Yeah, the other stuff is trash. Pretty good. I think I keep. It has natural order, which is like, and Cradle. Like turn 3 natural order is how you win the mirror. The other way is like Fiend Artisan is like pretty good. Just like the first one of Artisan probably wins. So it's a little dumb actually, but that's part of part of Magic, I guess. The other thing about Artisan is in the mirror or the pseudo mirror is it can be hit with Snuff Out, which is like really awkward, right? So if they have a Snuff Out here, that's like pretty good for them. I don't. I think if they had it, they would have done it already. I think we just like turbo out Artisan, right? And just if they have Death Mark, that's like pretty legit. But I think we go for the KO ish here. And depending on what they play is going to depend on what we tutor. It looks like it's going to be Agent. Okay, that's a thing. So if we I want to do it all. Unfortunately, it's one short. I'm gonna fetch now just to play around their own agent in case they have it. Then pass turn. Actually, in hindsight, I think what I might have done. Actually, it wasn't enough. I can't play agent and do what I want the same turn is the problem. Ooh, all right. That is better. So you're not just hosed by one thing, right? So that's pretty good. Although engineer is coming down next turn, so I wonder what's gonna happen. I feel like we're probably safe. This is unfair. We have both A plus B combo, right? Unfair. All right. What now? It could technically have Snuff Out. Yeah, there's the Snuff Out. Um, I think we just bash. All black creatures OP against Snuff Out. Black creatures are OP against Snuff Out. Actually, with Glimpse deck, I think that kind of confirms that they don't have what we think they could have, which is the agent, right? Like, I don't think you run agent without Fiend Artisan. We can waste the Cradle here. Is that gonna do anything? Like I think we had lethal unless I am missing something. It's a lot of damage. Like they can grow fours, but then five. Yeah, I think it's lethal regardless.
Substitute Kratos over Hoof. Yeah, it does. I feel like I'm trying to think what I need to play around there. I feel like it's probably pretty safe. Then we'll just run it back. The mirror break, the true mirror breakers here, right? These two black cards. Uh, um, she was a little bit slow to be honest. I think we have to keep though. If they have turn one ramp, I think we have to death market, like bolt the bird, right? Buy time. Ooh, I don't even want to kill that. Don't even want to kill that. I guess that is one way they win, right? Like, you play the cards that are so bad that people don't even want to kill it. Ugh, that is obscene. So this will tell me a lot about their hand here, right? If they have a glimpse hand, we can't play around it with Deathmark, nor should we. Um, there. Ugh, okay, the value train is going on here. I don't think we. Ugh, this is gonna be awkward for us for sure. um. Oh man, I really don't want to kill the Nettle Center. I feel like that's how we're gonna die. Because the problem is the artisan is still two turns away from engineer or opposition agent. So I think we have to keep that in mind. Uh, Fetch lands here. What do they do? Probably not what we want. I mean, it thins, I guess. I think if they have a heritage hand, we got. I think we have to stop this now. Like I think if they have a symbiote hand, that's okay because I think we're gonna engineer them out of the game, right? We have inevitability, so I think we just have to not die here. Like there's no way we can agent or engineer off Fiend Artisan. Uh, oh, okay. So they did that. I think that's okay. Sure. I think I'm gonna bash because I don't. I think we're okay trading, right? Because we're gonna have two, three. Yes, I think we're okay trading. If they want to trade, I don't. I think that's fine. This is the moment of truth for us here. We just have to not die, and there's a good chance we are gonna die. I think they're gonna get Arbor, fetch, bounce the visionary, and then uh, hope to draw into something relevant. Okay, never mind. So they did have the heritage druid, which is what I was afraid of. Right, that's why I got rid of the Nettles. I think I'm okay if they play the slow game. Did they play a land yet? No create. If they
land?
No, they haven't. So no cradle. We have the dodge cradle here. We probably engineer our opponent. We or when I say opponent, obviously Kern. That's a thing. All right. Recalculating math here. So that's 4 mana if I play the Arbor. I'm one short, unfortunately. Actually, can we do everything we want on the same turn? I think we might be able to. No, actually, we were short. Otherwise, we can cast Hoof. So 4, 5, 6, 7. I think we lose to natural order here, but I think that is the risk we take. See, we have one more mana. Although we could cast Hoof, to be fair. Um, actually, I think we bash here and see. Actually, they could block. I don't. I don't think they will though. So we gotta fade natural order here, but maybe it's enough. Engineer is like half the battle already, right? Like this is more unique because it's like the hybrid version. They're not weak to one per se, so that is like one strength, I guess, of playing Reclaimer with Glimpse of Nature. Like if you engineer them, they can still natural order you. If you agent them, they can still glimpse you, right? Natural order. So they natural order. We actually can survive because of the engineer plus the just chumping with one of the Llanowar elves, right? And then after that, we probably get agent, and that's probably the hard lock. I don't think they can pass. If they have natural, I think they. All right, they messaged me the white flag. 4-1, not bad. We lost to Ride of Flame, but I mean, can it is what it is, right? That. Always a pleasure playing against Kern. He's a very good sport. Return. All right, so pretty good. We lost to Ride of Flame, but I mean, it is what it is. Even with the Chalice of the Void, but it can't beat everything. I think I do like this as a result. I also think the 4 Snuff Outs felt pretty good, and cutting the Spirit Guide, like Adriano recommended, was also good. Uh, I think overall this list felt a little bit improved after our our testing, so to speak, right? The ESGs were nice, and then they weren't, right? They like probably cost us the game, to be honest. Against, I forget what the player was.
Who should we play? Raid now. I think I'm done for tonight. But if you want to see Legacy, hey Kern, here's the list that we ran just now. We had two Chalice of the Void in the sideboard, right? They're pretty good on the play, probably against Initiative. And then I'll send you this list. Actually, let me just send it right now. This is a screenshot. All right, here you go, friend. For those who don't know, Kern, another good follow as well. And then I'll. Yeah, so I think the challenge is kind of nice, right? It comes in against Initiative on the play, and then like randomly hoses combo. Like it's all free dot deck, so to speak, right? Like all like Deathmark is like dedicated Initiative hate, but I don't think we want too many of those effects. Randomly good in the mirror, like hitting an artisan. Thanks, Adriano. Appreciate that. Also, all the elf masters are here, right? We have the OG X Whale, we have Romario, we have Adriano, we have Curran, we have even Star Fox here. It's just pretty nice, right? Romario is don't be fooled, is a elf master. Don't be fooled. He was the one that suggested to me to play endurance against lands, and that single-handedly made the matchup winnable, right? Like it went from unwinnable to winnable. Thank you, Adriano. Also, give Adriano a follow too if you like modern. He's actually he's just a good legacy and modern player. Period. Like he qualified for the showcase qualifier with Moon Stompy, and then can play a pretty wide range of decks in my opinion. And then if Will's still here, obviously I shouted him out earlier, but obviously very fun night tonight. I think the only downer, like I don't mind losing. Like if Max Karina is still here, like honestly his deck was pretty sick and. I don't mind losing to him. The second loss in the prelim was really suspect, but you know that's neither here nor there. And then we lost to Rite of Flame against Code 205 in the first match of this league, but I think that's like the risk we take, right? Like, I think they were on TES if I remember correctly. I think that was them, but one of these players, either match two or match one, was on T that we lost to, and let's see, what were they on here? We won the first match, like randomly, and then let's see, what were they on? It's probably TS. I feel like that I lost to that. Yeah, it is Bloodstained Mire. That's gotta be right. Yeah. All right. So it was TES, Splash and White, but I think this list felt good for what it's worth. Maybe this is not where we want to be, but I also don't plan on running into TS. But let's go ahead and raid PT Bench, who's playing Initiative, and then I will post my thoughts later on. But pretty good, I think, stream overall. Thank you everyone for dropping by, and here are my socials again. Yeah, hopefully everyone enjoyed the stream. If you have any recommendations, please DM me, and I'll gladly try to make the stream better any way I can. And if you don't like something I'm doing, let me know as well. I'm very open to change. I understand. Sometimes I may inadvertently do something. Let's just say especially if I'm tilted, then please let me know that as well. I'm trying to not tilt as much, I guess, but hopefully that was fine tonight. All right. Enjoy, everyone. Have a rest of a good night, and thanks for stopping by again.